Ambassador, good morning. And everybody will own the room and own the response. In these parts, I have to always remind people who they are so that maybe when I greet them again, they will respond according to who they are. So when I was doing my research, I understand that in this room I have superstars. Did you see the Wi-Fi password? Superstar.com, because of who you are. And I understand I'm in a room with leaders of cities. One of the best stats I found is 80% of countries' GDPs actually come from cities. I think that's big. You know, it says to me that cities are the real engines of national development, and you are the leaders of said cities. So indeed, you are champions. Now, I'm going to greet you again, and I hope we can have that in mind before we respond. And maybe attach that to our response as well. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, this is how superstars respond, eh? That's how, and in honor of the statistic that 80% of countries' GDPs are contributed by cities, I will speak 80% English this morning and this afternoon, and 20% Eswatini. Until we make it 100% contribution, in the next sermon I'll speak 100% English. But number two is, I hope you can take down some key Eswatini words that you can ask somebody that you know, that you've met already who is Eswatini, to explain to you what they mean, and therefore learn our language as long as you stay with us here. My name is Phila Dlamini. My friends call me PhD. I don't have a PhD. It's just my initials. PH means Phila, and D means Dlamini. But I like it. It might happen that throughout the day today, you are tempted to call me doctor. Do it. I will accept it. For those 2 minutes, I will be a doctor, and I will not deny it. I have been given the honor and the privilege to be your MC today, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me here. I'd love to welcome all of our guests that are visiting from South Africa, Africa, and other parts of the world. Welcome to Eswatini, translated heaven. If you haven't seen it, I assure you, you will see it. We are in heaven. You're welcome to Eswatini. We are very, very happy to have you. We are here today gathered by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Municipal Council of Manzini, and a couple of other collaborators like ICMA, Elema, Elga, and would also love to thank the presence of ILGM in our midst this morning. We're here to discuss sustainable urban development, a very, very important topic in as far as attaining some of our sustainable development goals, in particular SDG 11, and how cities and counties and towns across the globe can help us attain this development that we look to develop or to attain together as a globe. We're happy that this year you are gathered in Eswatini. We're happy to have you, and we're happy that we'll have so many pertinent conversations throughout the morning and, of course, parts of the afternoon. But to give us a bit more detail on why we are here today and to welcome us to this beautiful place that is Eswatini, please help me welcome the Mayor of Eswatini, Her Worship, Miss Refilwe Mamokgobo, with a very, very massive round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Program Director, you deserve the PhD. Very rarely I get people to pronounce my name and surname correctly. I'm actually used to it. If I hear an R and an F, I know it's me. But yeah, congratulations, you got it right. the Minister in absentia, Mr. Apollo Mapalala, the Principal Secretary, Dr. Simon Zwane, mayors and chairpersons of councils, honorable councillors present today, International City Country Management Association, which is ICMA, President and the ICMA delegation present today, Eswatini Local Authorities Managers Association, Elama President and Elama membership, town clerks and municipal staff present here today, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and as the MC said, superstars present today, good morning. Pardon me, I'm recovering from a flu. I actually missed the dinner last night because of the flu, but I couldn't miss this very, very important occasion today. I had to be here. It gives me a great pleasure to stand before you today in this occasion, which is the very, very first global exchange visit by the ICMA in Africa. The seminar theme, which is 2025 Eswatini Sustainable Urban Development, could not have come at a more important opportune time as this one. World over, the issues of urban resilience, urban innovation, and transformation, and also inclusivity are of greater importance now and require our intentionality in our actions. Our urban communities are hard hit from areas of climate change to unplanned urbanization with its challenges of poverty and displacement. It is our expectations that the urban practitioners gathered here today, who are very able and very experienced, will be able to provide our communities with foolproof solutions that will enable our communities to strive, grow, and prosper. As the Eswatini municipality, which is a city, I call it a city, not a town, we pledge our commitment towards partnerships of this nature and are grateful for the visit by the ICMA team. It would be very, very remiss of me not to mention how grateful we are to the Manzini municipality for its boldness to have bid for the ICMA Global Exchange, hence we're gathered here today. As we focus on the work today, thank you. As we focus on the work today, allow me therefore to welcome you all as you launch this great inaugural seminar in our beautiful kingdom and beautify the city, the beautiful city of Eswatini. Receive our prayers for meaningful deliberations. I thank you.
May I ask for a bigger round of applause? Thank you so much for that warm welcome. We're happy to be at Eswatini. We love this place. I'm local. I grew up in Manzini, a small township called Gakoza. So I'm not surprised that the Municipal Council of Manzini was bold enough, not just to bid, but also to win. Please give them a big round of applause for this, eh? I want to make a commitment based on what you said, Your Worship. I will not be butchering any names here today. I'm pronouncing them correctly. If you think I've butchered it, it's the correct way. Chances are you are wrong. Believe me. So, for those of you that are visiting, Eswatini is divided into 4 regions, and we are in the Ho region. This morning. I'm from the Ho region. Yes, I grew up in Manzini, but I'm from the Ho region. We've got Ho, we've got Chiselweni, we've got Manzini, and we've got the Lubombo. Now, so I went to school with His Worship, the Mayor of Manzini, and he has so many opinions I'm speaking, and he keeps telling me things that he... So, the Ho region is the only region that also has a place named after it. So there's Ho the region and there's Ho the place. Did you know that? So if you go to the Mbabane bus rank, for instance, which is in the Ho region, and you say you're looking for a bus that goes to Ho, they will show you. That's where I come from. You will not go to Manzini bus rank and ask for a bus that goes to Manzini. They'll look at you like a mad, because there's no place Well, maybe Manzini, the town is. But right now, we have a welcome from the leader of the whole region. We're going to have welcome now to the region from the whole regional administrator, Princess Tsanzile. Ngicela ukuthi simshayele dandla. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up, or her representative comes up to give us the welcome. All right, thank you. I think the princess is probably still making her way here, but in her absence, we're going to have now remarks from the president of Ilama, Ms. P. Dlamini. May we please give her a big round of applause as she comes up to give her remarks.
Good morning, beautiful faces I see here. Good morning. I hope you all had a good night's sleep. We had a long night. A program director, Mr. PhD, the Honorable Minister in absentia, but he will be walking in very soon. Our Principal Secretary, our ministry officials, Office of the U.S. Embassy, ICMA Presidential Office, ELGA Presidential Office, ILGM Presidential Office, SALGA Presidential Office, ELAMA Presidential Office, His Worship, Her Worship, the Mayor of the soon-to-be city of Eswatini. It all starts in a conversation. His Worship, the Mayor of Manzini, I will not leave you, and all our mayors, their worships. Lancaster City delegation, and all our ICMA members, CEOs of cities and towns, management, employees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is such a great morning to stand here. I'm really delighted and humbled, if I may say, to be here. I will not stop saying it is a dream come true for us in Eswatini to be even having a seminar of this nature. May I take this opportunity to truly take the privilege to welcome you to the Eswatini Sustainable Urban Development Business Seminar. I trust that all of our visiting friends are enjoying the stay so far, and we have so much to offer. I wish you could have more time to get to explore more of Eswatini beyond the seminar. The seminar today is a platform for bold ideas, shared learnings, and collective action. Today we are reimagining our cities, our towns, and are charting a path of achieving one vision, many visions, and just a clear future and a successful one. I thank our panelists who made of our local and international partners thought leaders, champions of sustainable urban transformation, for leading this critical dialogue and agreeing to be part and parcel of this seminar today. Our cities are at the front line of change, whether it is climate resilience, digital transformation, or workforce development. The responsibility to lead with a vision and courage rests on us as practitioners of towns and cities. That is why this exchange of knowledge and experience is so vital. It allows us to reflect deeply on the kind of urban future we want to build, the kind of impact we desire to have on the lives of the people who live in our towns and cities. Let us use this platform to connect to the challenge of each other and to co-create, recreate solutions that will shape the cities for tomorrow. I'm especially proud that the seminar is taking place alongside the ICMA Global Exchange Program. It means a lot to us. It is a testament to the growing global recognition of Eswatini's commitment to sustainable development and the power of partnerships. This morning I was listening to a podcast, and it stated that you can have as much intelligence as you have. You can be intelligent, but nothing beats good networks. So what spins the world are the connections, are the relationships. So it's through the relationships with our global partners that we'll be able to forge out a good future in combination with our local practitioners. When you come back next, whatever bid that will come up, we'll surely win it again. It could be something else, but you'll come back and you'll see the results of the seminar. With those few words, a few remarks, may I encourage all of us to engage fully and to make the most of these discussions here today, to benefit not only ourselves, but most importantly, our communities. Have a beautiful day. And to everyone who's here, you should know that we are here. If you want to get clarity on anything, we're here for you. Whether you're global or international, we've come here for you. Enjoy yourselves today. Thank you.
No, ladies and gentlemen, that was the CEO of the Municipal Council of Manzini, who's also the president of ELEMA. Please give her a massive round of applause. She says this is a platform for bold ideas. So whatever idea you have, we're talking about it today, whether through the panel discussions or just amongst each other, because this is the platform that has been created for us. I love the boldness as well from her to say, whatever you need, we have the answer. Whether you're local or global, you have come to the right place. We have the answer for you here today. We are reimagining our cities together. We are reimagining our towns together. We're speaking about resilience of our cities. Of course, we're speaking about the talent and talent acquisition in our cities. And we cannot finish the conversation without having a conversation on digital transformation within our cities. I'm so happy to be here and having a front row seat to hear about some of the tangible things that you are doing as our leaders, as citizens, to transform our cities. I am very, very excited. And right now, it gives me pleasure to welcome the ICMA President-elect to also come and give his remarks this morning. Please help me welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Mike Land.
So the program director last night, are y'all related to, because y'all are awesome. And We need to find program directors like that back home. They do such a wonderful job. Well, good morning. The reason I also asked that question because he mentioned about butchering names. And so as you know, last night, my reputation precedes me. So I am not going to go through all the names this morning. But one name in particular, let me say, I have failed to mention, and that is our actual president of ICMA, Tanya Angie. Tanya sends her regards. She sends her congratulations. She is back at home being impacted by some of the changes at the federal level in our government to the tune of about $160 million for her county government. So she is having to take care of that. That's why she's not here. So let me also say, Lungile, I appreciate you going through the protocols. So I don't necessarily have to, but let me just say thank you to all of you for your presence, your invitation, and hosting us as well. So my comments today are really about you. Yesterday we had the opportunity to go to the park area and see the statue of the king. And one of the things we learned is the king had a vision. And in that vision, there was the Bible and a coin. And in that vision, he said, choose the Bible. So I'm going to translate that like our presenter did yesterday as well. So choose love and choose knowledge. And that is what Eswatini has done. Thank you. And one of the things we do back home, so I'd ask you to think about it this morning, is we start off with a head and heart check-in, right? A head and heart check-in. So we have a full day of panels going. But before we start the day, let's check in our head and check in our heart. So in Eswatini, I find that we are rooted in faith, love, and knowledge. We're rooted in knowledge that will forge its future. There is an entrepreneurial spirit in this country. I am so impressed by the commitment to the people of Eswatini. The idea that our community members, our people, can be self-employed, be self-resilient, self-reliant on making sure that they're taken care of. I'm also impressed that the resources that are available are what we work with. It's not the army that you wish you had, it's the people that you have, right? That's right. And so the resources are available to us. So when we were visiting the nature park, and they were just talking about their impervious concrete. I know something is, look, we're geeks, right, in terms of government. So we get excited about things like, but just talking about sand, gravel, and water. That's all we have to work with. And we've got to figure out how we're going to generate something that can long live beyond us. So that entrepreneurial spirit. For the heart check-in, my heart is full of joy. And it's joy because of the people that we're surrounded by. What I have found is a respectful people of traditions and elders who value their wisdom and allow that wisdom to influence the dreams for the future. People love this country. There's no doubt about that. And in this room, as public servants, I know that you love the people that you serve. So we know that we're committed to a higher purpose of service over self. And that is something that separates us from others who choose not to serve in the public service arena. When the announcements have been made, the progress has been made, the connections have been made, you know, we have an opportunity to strengthen our knowledge, strengthen our resources. But in Eswatini, it begins with love, and it begins with knowledge. And so today is a day that we have both love and knowledge. So let me just tell you a quick story about ICMA. ICMA as an organization has been around for 111 years, as has been mentioned. We're in 35 different countries. This global exchange is an expression. You know, we visited Manila and Jaipur and Alula, and next spring we're going to Dublin. So being here in Africa, it's an honor for us to be here. I love the fact, and it's also a little sad that this is the first time ICMA has been here, given our history. But it's exciting for us to be here. I loved yesterday when they said, let Eswatini be the gateway to Africa. And that is an awesome, awesome responsibility. So one of the things about ICMA that offers to all of you here is the resources for professional management of your communities. It's resources for leadership for your communities. It's resources for innovation for your communities. So please allow us to serve you, because that's why we are here. We are here to help you be the best image of yourself in doing what you do. So let me close with this. The global exchange is something that goes beyond just these next few days. The global exchange establishes relationships that go far beyond anything that you would just learn today. The global exchange allows ICMA, elected officials, professional managers to come together to solve problems, because that's what we do. In service to others and sacrifice for the benefit of others, we're able to show a strong, united government that works for the people, by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you're prepared, because I'm going to ask for a lot of applause today. Please give Mr. Land a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much. I loved when you spoke about service over self, because I think about some of the leaders that we have in this room today that lead some of our cities that are so selfless in their leadership. And when you think about the things that they've done since they took over, it's just incredible, milestones after milestones. I think about how Manzini has developed over the past couple of years under Ms. Lamini's leadership. So they recently built this very nice interchange in Manzini, right, to connect the freeways. And I've lived in Joburg, so I thought I knew interchanges, but this humbled me one day. And I had to park by the side of the road, and I couldn't be angry because this is development. You know, you can't say, why did they build this? Because you need it. You just need to learn how to navigate it. So it's one of those things that come with development. You're happy, but you must also change your mindset and just agree with the things that are happening. And very recently, what's happening now, if you go to the city of Mbabane, for instance, they're fixing every road. Like literally every road. And they're up for the task. So I asked them the other day, I'm like, so would you be able to help us maybe fix our sins or, you know, something? Because there's that. Since you're up for the task of fixing things as well as you do, we have this big task of fixing our eternity. Would you be able to help us think about it? And of course, you met the leader who is the impeccable Mr. Keynote, who is the MC you had last night. And I want to just say this to you, the land. Thank you for your generous feedback. But Keynote is not just the standard, she's the global standard for MCs. I'm sure you picked that up last night, right? So please, borrowed robes, not these ones. Not for me, at least. We're going to have a lot of conversations today. And right now, we're about to segue into our first panel discussion to speak about resilience, urban resilience. And we would love for you to interact with our panelists. Now, I've hosted enough events like this to know that when you open a Q&A and you have a roving mic, people will surprise you. You'll give them 2 minutes to ask a question. And they'll get there and say, first of all, my name is Pila from the Ho origin. Do you know the Ho origin? By the time 2 minutes is up, they're still introducing themselves. So what we've done, because of course, we're speaking about smart cities now, we're speaking about urban development, even in the technological space, we have QR codes that have been distributed across the room today that you will use to ask your questions. You probably want to ask a very, strong, potent question that is straight to the point. So we are able to interact with our panelists today. That is how we'll handle all of our Q&As throughout all of our panel discussions. So at this point, we'll hand over to our moderator, who will come up. He will get a nice introduction, and then he will introduce all of our panelists, and we'll go through our first panel discussion on urban resilience.
Matogoza Samuel Shongwe is the Chief Executive Officer for the Eswatini municipality in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is Eswatini's tourism gateway, as it is the key entry point for tourism and as such is recognized as the tourism hub of the nation. Shongwe is passionate about spatial development and tourism development, as witnessed in his lateral thinking on how tourism may develop within Eswatini municipality. He is the current chairperson of the Urban Local Government CEOs in Eswatini and is also the vice president of the Eswatini Local Authorities Managers Association, ELAMA. ELAMA, previously known as LAMAS, which is a registered association formed by all established urban areas in the Kingdom of Eswatini, which has been incorporated in terms of the Swaziland Companies Act No. 8 of 2009 under the Certificate of Incorporation number 2310 of 2014. Our next speaker is Mr. Sipho Cele, the Executive Director in the Office of the City Manager at eThekwini Municipality. He also serves as the Municipal Electoral Officer for the Independent Electoral Commission in eThekwini. With vast expertise in government, public administration, electoral systems, and democratic processes, Mr. Cele has been a key figure in shaping strategic municipal operations and policy development. His career highlights include serving as Executive Director for Corporate Services in the North and South Central Councils of the eThekwini Metro between 1988 and 2000, where he played an instrumental role in strengthening municipal governance during South Africa's transitional years into democracy. Cindy Steinhauser is an experienced local government leader with nearly 30 years in city management and public service. She currently serves as Deputy City Administrator for Rochester, Minnesota, where she helps lead economic development and community investment efforts, including the $5.6 billion Destination Medical Center initiative. Cindy is a credentialed manager through the International City County Management Association, ICMA, and serves on the ICMA board as a Midwest Vice President. She has held national leadership roles, including Vice Chair of ICMA's International Committee and Chair of the Sustainable Community Advisory Committee. She has also served on the National Civic League Board. Previously, Cindy was the first female city manager in Frankfort, Kentucky, and spent over 2 decades in Dubuque, Iowa, most recently as Assistant City Manager. In each of these communities, she has played a central role in transformative projects totaling nearly $1 billion in downtown, riverfront, and district revitalization.
will be dealing with the issue of urban Thank you, Mr. Shongwe, our moderator. Allow me to write on the protocols that have been established for this meeting, and thank you to the organizers for having invited our city. And also just to say my apologies for our city manager, Mr. Mbele, who otherwise would have been here, but couldn't make it because of commitments back home. And I get to benefit from the learnings, and I then have to choose what to tell them and what not to tell them, what to sell as information that I've got from here and what not to sell, as it were. But having said that, I think it's a great pleasure to actually be part of this wonderful collective of local government practitioners at a political level, at an administrative level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tele. I think in your introductions you forgot to state that you, as much as you are based in a eThekwini municipality or metropolitan, you are actually a student of St. Mark's in Baban. So you are local. Okay, our panelists will deal on the issue of urban resilience. Cindy is going to touch particularly on governance and adaptive capacity. So the discussions are expected to cover most effective governance models, partnerships and data tools, Cindy, that can support how cities are able to adapt or anticipate risk, respond to crisis, and adapt over time. On the other hand, Babtele will be looking at climate and infrastructure resilience. So we'll be looking at strategies and approaches, best practices, and or see on how cities can utilize a design and invest in resilient infrastructure. I know that one of the most challenging things as a city manager is to find yourself experiencing disasters beyond your control. And that has unfortunately happened more often than you would have been able to build up capacity within eThekwini. But you will share with us how you are able to rise up again in the midst of the floods and everything that has been going on. Our topic then, just to give a bit of background, is that cities and towns contribute significantly to global emissions, but are also disproportionately vulnerable to climate impacts, flooding, heat waves, and resource scarcity. The establishment of urban resilience, therefore, has become mandatory for towns and cities to ensure safety for citizens, infrastructure properties, and sustainability. The accelerating climate change, public health crisis, economic volatility, and social inequality exert pressures to city leadership to prioritize urban resilience. So, in short, we are trying to look at how do we align the principle of urban resilience and look at what integrated approaches that we can develop for us to have cities or urban areas that we are saying are fully resistant to challenges around environment and to challenges around the socio-economic space. So I'm going to start with a question for Cindy, who comes from the city of Rochester. So what is it that you'd be able to share, or how can you share with us perspective on city adaptive capacity within the governance of modern cities, and why should city leaders prioritize strengthening governance and adaptive capacity in today's complex urban environment?
Great, thank you for the question. And no pressure to be the first panelist on the first morning of what is going to be an inspiring couple of days. So urban resilience is really critical. Government's role is so important for our constituents, our citizens, our residents, right? At the very core, when an incident happens, a crisis happens, or thank you. Or just in everyday support services that we provide, residents depend on us. And in order for us to continue to be a constant North Star for residents, governments have to be adaptable. Weather events have caused impacts to communities, and so our ability to adapt is going to be absolutely critical for communities going forward. Those who do not adapt get left behind in a variety of ways, and residents are the ones who suffer the most. So when we think about what does that mean, I talk with my team a lot about the 4 Ps: people, planning, partnering, and performing. It's the work that it guides our work, whether we're in times of crisis or in times of constant service delivery improvements on our work, right? So what does that mean? It means thinking about our internal processes and how we strengthen them. How do we collaborate across systems? And when you do this, and thinking about our partners, whether they're other teammates in departments, outside NGOs, economic development, and residents are foundational to our partnership. That feels scary and uncomfortable, and what does that look like? But happy to talk both today and offline about some of the really effective ways in which we have engaged residents across the spectrum. Why this is really important is so that you have buy-in, right? When you work hard on relationships and partnerships, when it comes time for crisis, you don't have to figure out how to connect to each other. You don't have to figure out how are we going to do this work together, because you have invested the time in partnering and in building those relationships. And in times of crisis, that's absolutely critical. It also helps you build your muscle, your institutional muscle, your process muscles, because you're doing this work on standard delivery services, but in times of crisis, that is when that muscle memory becomes really, really critical. So relationship building and that constant practice of working together for process improvement and efficiencies are the things that are going to help you mostly in times of crisis.
Thanks, Cindy. I think what I'm picking up is that unless you've built the foundation which enables you to create the linkages and therefore the partnerships that help you in crisis, you may not be able to deal with issues around urban resistance. Thank you. Bamdosi, what does climate and infrastructure resilience mean to you as a municipality?
Thanks, Babshongwe. If I may just start by indicating that in the last 5 to 7 years, we've experienced situations that pose a very serious challenge to the traditional ways in which we've managed local government, the traditional ways in which we have run local government as a city. We have had more than 4 instances where a 1 in 100 years flood has actually come to our area, as it were. And the devastation that came with those incidents of inclement weather showed us how we were vulnerable. But unfortunately, it also came at the back of serious losses that we experienced during the COVID pandemic. People actually left, that is, investors left, et cetera, et cetera. But also we had civic unrest that caused mayhem in the environment to the infrastructure. Those instances of mishap, if one can put it that way, made us to then really start thinking about the infrastructure that we have, where it is located, how it is located, who determines where it is to be located as such. But in addition to that, we have a population ordinarily of 4 million people that expect the city to actually provide the infrastructure for whatever purpose that they want to use it, whether they are business, private citizens, and sports people, etc., etc. And the city then has to make sure that it is able, in the ordinary course of things, to provide the infrastructure that is there. However, we also do come from a situation where the provision of infrastructure in years gone by was skewed. There were environments that were well endowed, which had low population numbers, areas that were less endowed, which had higher population figures. And therefore, we had to also provide to those areas which were playing catch up in terms of infrastructure provision and infrastructure development. For us, therefore, to be able to then deal with all those issues, the first thing that we thought important was to make sure that the operators of the system work together. The engineers, the finance people, the support people have to sit in one space, have one agenda, have one program, and have one marshal that they look up to actually direct what is to happen. As opposed to each one of the specialist environments, the electricity people would then decide to electrify 1,000 houses in a financial year, but they decide in that corner that they'll do it there. The water people decide that they'll do it in that corner as they connect 3,000 households with water. And as a result, you then have this imbalance in the provision of infrastructure. You have social unrest because in one area people do not have, and in others you actually have that provision that's underutilized or not even utilized, as it were. So for us, it then meant we had to just rethink the whole way in which we provide infrastructure. We had to rethink the whole engagement with the users of the infrastructure that we're going to be laying, so that we actually become responsive to their need. Okay. And be able to make sure that if it's an investor, we are able to then direct them as to where they best can locate their investment, so that it doesn't just benefit them for their profit, but it also benefits the population for the services that they're actually going to be getting there, including, of course, ultimately benefit the city in maximizing opportunity for economic development, as it were. So for us, it really became a thing where we had to turn our thought processes upside down, inside out. Mm-hmm. We had to, maybe to use a cliche, start thinking outside the box and outside of the ordinary and the normal way of doing things, because of the urgency, because of what had befallen us as disasters, but also because of our historical realities that were skewed in the way that they provided infrastructure and services. Okay. The last thing for us was that we needed to make sure that the skills that we have are able to meet the demands of the new way of doing things. Mm-hmm. We probably have the highest number of registered engineers, professional engineers, okay, as a city. Mm. But when we then made an audit of that, all the 140 were registered, but about 60% of them, their registration was incorrect. In the sense that you then have 60% of engineers that are in the employ, but for what we want to do, they're actually inappropriate, as it were. So I think it's therefore something that we're now starting to work on and work at, to ensure that the skills match the demands of the time that are brought about by the circumstances that we live under, and also for the population, and hopefully for what we want to be as a city, we're able to then champion it through the skilled personnel that's going to take us there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ndosi, for that. I think we'll try to break it down in terms of questions that we can raise. Cindy, earlier you spoke of partnerships and their importance, but can you be able to detail for us the kind of partnerships and their role in aiding the issues around urban resilience from a governance perspective?
Yes, thank you. Partnership is so absolutely incredible. As I said, my work is guided and the work of our team is guided in the 4 Ps: people, planning, partnering, and performing. So I'll just give one example. In Rochester, Minnesota, where I'm from, we are experiencing accelerated growth, right, for a variety of reasons. And we did some analysis around transportation and commuters. People coming into Rochester to work. Our city, I really appreciated hearing about Manzini, and daytime population is about 120,000, nighttime population is 30,000. That really resonated with me because that was telling the story of how much commuting happens to come into town, the traders coming into town to do economic development. We experienced something similar, and we have climate reduction goals. Our climate reduction goals are 50% greenhouse gas emission reductions by 2030, 100% renewable and carbon neutral by 2050. Transportation is a huge component of our greenhouse gas emission forecasting in Rochester, predicated on this incredible amount of growth traveling every day into the city of Rochester. That coupled with very finite geography in which the cars are traveling, mostly coming into downtown. Rochester, Minnesota is home of Mayo Clinic and world-renowned hospital. And so the commuter traffic and the congestion, the impacts to our local residents is continuing to get significant. We can't build more roads. There are buildings there. And so thinking about mode shift and how do we think about transportation goals. So over the past 9 years, we have been working on a bus rapid transit project that will help remove traffic from the roads, commuter traffic from the roads, and create about a 3 mile, or I think that's roughly 6 kilometer transit system through the core of our downtown area that will connect people to institutions, cultural opportunities, housing, education. What's setting the stage for all this, because the construction of the project and then the annual operational costs are significant. And so through a lot of work, a lot of negotiation over the past couple of years that was really grounded in relationship building, we've built a partnership not only with the county, which is like your province, and the state of Minnesota, and then of course Mayo Clinic. And this will become a free system. Originally, it was intended to be a pay-to-ride system. And I want to tell you about the beauty of partnership. When I took over the project, negotiations with Mayo Clinic really struggled for about 2 years. Relationships had broken down. They had committed to 3 years of a paid system where you would have to pay to ride. When I took over, I really focused on relationship building. We spent about 6 months understanding each other, understanding our organizations and what motivated leadership and policy decision makers at the highest level. And then we went into the very, very difficult work of negotiating a new agreement. And I want to say that, again, struggled for 2 years, and at the most we thought we were going to get was a 3-year agreement. By the time we were done with the process, we got a 20-year agreement. Mayo agrees to pay 100% of the local operating costs so everybody can ride free, and 4 5-year renewals. So this agreement went from maybe we'll commit to 3 years, see how this thing goes, to the potential of a 40-year commitment for a fare free system that everybody can ride. So when you think about the equity piece of that, right, pay to play is very real for people on limited income, and the inability to have access to not just work and not just to your basic needs, but to have true quality of life, access to education, access to cultural amenities. So the work that we did to build the relationship translated into what I would say is the triple bottom line around sustainability, helping us address environmental goals, helping us address equity goals, and helping preserve the economic development spaces in our urban core. That is the power of partnership. And it's hard work. You don't always get along, but you agree that you all have the same North Star. You have a shared goal, you have a path forward, and you stay committed to it, and you gotta leave your egos at the door. You've got to be humble.
Thanks, Cindy, for that insight. The long time it takes around the negotiation table for something that at the end of the day will benefit everyone. I think those are things we need to note. Mr. Tele, you spoke earlier about the importance of having an integrated approach. You spoke of how the water engineers have their own section where they're working away from the electric guys. And yet here you're dealing with something that needs everyone to work within partnerships. And you also spoke about the personnel that you have across all the sectors. Now my question is, all of these things that you speak about in trying to deal with the issues around infrastructure call for money. So in your perspective, how can cities budget and effectively finance urban resilience? Because at one point, when everything is going on okay, it doesn't look like an issue of priority. So how can we effectively develop budgets around that? Because you are always waiting for that 1 in 50, which could mess up the whole investment that has happened within a municipality.
Thanks, Babeshong. The problem with our situation is that we focused on the catch-up side of things. The funding that we had were actually aimed at providing the areas that did not have infrastructure. We then forgot to look at the other side of the coin to provide for maintenance and upkeep, so that we had a finance model that looked at providing the infrastructure for particularly new developments. However, I would think first and foremost in the budgeting process, you do need to ensure that you provide, I think the norm is about 10% of your budget, creating a reserve that will deal with your maintenance, as it were. So that in the event that you have problems, you can then be able to tap on that reserve and not depend on some benevolent people that will then be able to give you support just because you are in a crisis. Secondly, the people that you are providing the infrastructure for have to contribute so that they respect the infrastructure, they protect the infrastructure, because they know that they have a stake in that infrastructure, as it were. For instance, in our context, there is a development levy that we charge whoever wants to actually come up with a business and invest, as it were. Of course, there are sweeteners and offsets that we actually also provide. But at the same time, it's important that when I want to put up a big plant to operate, knowing that there's got to be bulk infrastructure in terms of electrification brought to there, bulk infrastructure in terms of water, bulk infrastructure in terms of roads, stormwater and others. So there is a portion of that investment that you would need to set aside for development and contribute towards the development of infrastructure. Again, I think there are financing instruments that we have not been utilizing, but we started using. The water infrastructure is aging, and we need to catch up. We introduced a water surcharge, which is a small percentage, and again, it is aimed at building that reserve that I was talking about, which would then enable us to part invest into new infrastructure, but the infrastructure in the water side of things, on the water side of things, is the old asbestos cement, and after 50 years, that's no longer useful for you because it keeps breaking down, as it were. So in order for that infrastructure to be replaced, that water levy is actually able to assist us in being able to do that. But the third thing for me is that if we pull together our planning, being the various departments, being the various what we call spheres of government or levels of government, you would then save on the wastage that is caused by the uncoordinated effort that is there. You start to realize the duplication in effort in financing and funding, which you would then be able to consolidate on that and be able to plow back onto your infrastructure development. And we've actually experienced that in some of the areas that we're developing. There's one area which we call West Town. It used to be sugarcane farmland, but all the role players came together in terms of government and in terms of the private sector. And there's quite a lot of value and benefit that we derived out of that, with government coming in as one, not as local government, provincial or national government, but as one, and be able to then take us to that situation of better provision of services, if one can put it that way. So for me, it's all about working together, collaborating, but also making sure that you are able to use your citizens. The last thing, which we don't sort of look at, is that in order for wastage not to be there, you've got to secure those resources that you actually put on the ground. We're suffering from cable theft, which actually creates a lot of leakage in the system. So enforcement is key to actually ensure that you protect the investment that you have, and also do not have to go back and refinance what you've already actually accomplished because of people not respecting the infrastructure and the theft that you actually have and the vandalism that could actually happen. So for me, that's short I can say.
Okay. Thanks, Cele. I think just trying to encapsulate what you're saying, I'm hearing that you must look at lateral revenue streams and how you're going to be able to build up your infrastructure. But a follow-up question that I'll have, I will go to Cindy, but a follow-up question that I'll have is that have you faced any challenges? Because once you build a reserve within the municipal space, there could be a thinking that you can tap into it at any time and forgetting the core reason why it has been set. So have you faced any challenges? But think about it. If you don't have any challenges around that space, it's okay. We'll come back to it. Cindy, you spoke of the assessments that you had to do as a city. Now, this brings a question in mind to say, how can we use data and focusing tools and early warning systems to enable us to build the resilience that we need to have? And what are those types of data that you are looking for, the focusing systems that you would want to put up so that you are better prepared for any forms of disaster?
Thank you for the question. I will say I'm a huge proponent of data, data-based decision-making. One, it's the best way to articulate, I believe, a story to be able to tell your residents, to potential investors, and to really guide what your policy needs to be. We talk about, but you have to be able to use data, right? You have to, it's not just about collecting it. We talk about we're drowning in a sea of data, but a desert of information. We have more data coming in, but we are not using it as effectively as we can in local government. And so don't fear it, don't fear technology. It can be your friend. We use data in a lot of different ways, not only for policy development to project and understand where growth might occur, how we need to invest our resources around infrastructure, training, planning, et cetera. So I want to go back to COVID, right? The global pandemic, everybody impacted, devastating in so many ways, many communities, individuals still coming out of it. I want to tell this story about how we used data. So again, it was a partnership. It was a partnership not only with Mayo Clinic, with the state of Minnesota, with a number of health facilities across the country, with the Center for Disease Control in the United States. And we wanted to track and understand what was happening to our residents during this crisis. And it was a different kind of crisis, but a crisis nonetheless, right? It wasn't flooding, it wasn't a wind event that took down buildings, but impacted every corner of our community, businesses, NGOs, et cetera. And early on, we piloted a sensor program that managed our wastewater. And from that, we could understand where we were going to see spikes in the COVID pandemic locally. We could predict about a week out when a peak was going to occur. How did that translate into hospital beds? How did that translate into emergency services and response for our fire department, for our ambulatory services? How did that, what kind of impact did that have in local businesses in terms of what products were not available, pharmaceuticals available to treat those that were impacted? But the story that became the most profound for me personally, and a big aha moment was, we could also understand from using data, putting sensors in our wastewater systems, geographically we could understand where the spike was happening more. And why this is important was because what came out of that was we started to notice populations, particularly non-English speaking or English as a second language, we could hone in geographically at where it was impacting people the greatest. And it helped us understand and change our approach in terms of how we educated the public and how we reached out to communities around vaccination and how to access products to help manage if you tested positive for COVID in your home, how to receive care. It helped us bring in our partnerships, people that, again, English is a second language, so using interpreters, not just having an inspector or a health inspector or an emergency personnel coming to your door, and if English is your second language, not understanding customs, there could be a fear there. There could be a resistance. And so what started out as, let's look at our wastewater and understand when COVID was going to spike in our community, to really how do we change service delivery and how do we bring in partners to care for those most vulnerable during a crisis. And so you're going to find that data can be a really powerful tool, and you'll find unexpected stories come out of it. And if you've set your systems up right, if you've built relationships, if you've worked across teams, people will pick up on things and help you provide services in a way that you hadn't originally intended, but really help the citizens understand and appreciate what local government can do for them and the value of working together and for recovery. Because it's not just about how do you respond to a crisis, it's also about business continuity, and so it's not moving past that recovery to getting back to business as usual as quickly as possible, because that's security in itself for residents as well.
Thanks, Cindy. So it's not just about collecting the data, but it's getting meaningful data which you will be able to then use for proper decision making. Okay, I just want to hold back a bit on the questions. I don't know if I can get any assistance from the program director in terms of questions which are coming in from our delegates.
We have questions coming to you now. We'll bring them.
Okay, thanks. Ndosi, can we go back then? You're building up a reserve to ensure that when disaster hits, you are financially stable enough to be able to deal with that. Any challenges about having a reserve that sits there for a couple of years probably, and then we want to tap into it for other things?
Yeah. Thanks. The problem of lack of discipline is historical, in the sense that we once had a housing reserve which we were able to accumulate so that it could be used for the refurbishment of housing that is called social housing, that is on the sort of providing housing for those people that do not qualify for free government housing provision, and those that cannot be given bonds by banks. And we're able to accumulate it to about 300 million. But because of the fact that we wanted to accelerate housing provision, we tapped into that one. The result of that is that the housing that was meant to be maintained with that fund is now sort of suffering because there is no upkeep that is up to the level expected for those housing. Fortunately, that experience, I think, has led us to then rethink the usage of the reserve that we're building for the water side. We decided that a portion of it would be used for the replacement of infrastructure, so that as it comes in, we then would be using it for that. And the mayor, incidentally, about a month ago, called for a full report on how that reserve is being utilized in the first instance, and what the state of affairs with it is. Touch wood, we were fortunate to discover that it actually all went into water-related infrastructure redevelopment and upgrade, and we still had a balance that was not touched, and none of the monies were actually used for things other than water infrastructure. But I think it's a reality that in local government, financial resources are never sufficient. And therefore the temptation will always be there to actually utilize whatever spare money you can see lying around, even though you know that it's not spare money. Yeah. But because it's sitting in the bank, you actually have the mentality that it's spare money. Fortunately, I think up until now, our CFO and city manager are quite firm on actually making sure that we do not find ourselves in the same situation as we were with the housing fund.
Financial discipline then becomes a very important skill to have within the municipal space. Okay, we'll look at the questions that are coming in from our audience. I'll just ask the question. Any of the two of you can respond to it. The first one is really talking about agility, thinking outside of the box. Have we as municipalities, or how outside the box have we been as municipalities in order to meet the changing demands brought about climate change? Do we have the agility to be able to deal with climate change? I think that's what the question is asking us. Cindy?
Sure. Oh, it's really.
Not getting feedback, okay. Yeah, it's a wonderful question, right? And I think many times our residents just assume we do business as usual and that we don't, if that's the way it's always been done, that's the way we continue to do it. And again, coming from a mindset in local government, if you are going to be a government of the future, if you are going to be responsive to your citizens, being agile and nimble is going to be very, very important. And it is a cultural shift, right? And it starts at the top. It starts with CEOs that create an environment and an atmosphere where your employees can take risks and not fear negative repercussions for taking risks. That is how you start to create an agile organization. And that kind of attitude then permeates out to your partnerships. We have an acronym, and actually it started at our library. They created the FAIL Award, First Attempt in Learning. Okay. That completely shifted how we thought about taking risks. And there are certainly risks that we fail, but we learn from them and we use that information to inform a better process going forward. And I will also say, and I didn't come up with this, I won't be the first person or the last person to talk about it, but I had the great pleasure of working with a woman who was an incredible mentor for me that said, do not leave youth behind in terms of what they can bring to the table. And I think when you get entrenched in local government, at times you can think, oh, I've been doing this for 30 years, I can teach them a whole lot, but boy, can they really teach me. Okay. And I think that is also part of creating an agile organization, but it starts at the top and you have to surrender some of that decision-making to your teams to create the kind of environment where they're feeling confident enough to take risks without lack of repercussions, and that's when innovation happens, and that's where agility lives.
Great. Thanks for that, Cindy. Ramdosi, there's a question here. With unemployment up and residents having more needs for city services, how do you, okay, it just flipped. How do you ensure your municipality can ensure the governance structure is well prepared for those challenges?
We, fortunately, it's regulated in our situation that we have to engage and interact with all our role players and interested parties in society. So that we would then, in the budgeting process, make sure that we engage and interact with young people in the widest spectrum, including the unemployed among them. Okay. And having heard some of what young people are saying in those interactions as we prepare budgets, as we report back to them on how we've performed, helps us in the review annually of our integrated development plans, so that we then factor in some of those feelings and views. That's at the broad level. However, I think the next step is not for us to look at it in isolation as a local government problem. It's an all-of-government problem, so that all the levels and spheres of government have got to be at one, insofar as the dealing with the issues of unemployment, employability, economic development, et cetera, so that you are able to then facilitate. There are instances where in the middle of a program, just because it's funded through grants from central government, you would then have somebody saying we're cutting back on this grant, because they would not be in sync and in tune with the kind of priorities that have been set at the level of the municipality around the resources that they are, particularly the budgeting, to deal with the overall development in the municipal space and area, as it were. So for me, whilst local government has got to be at the forefront, but all of government has got to participate and everyone play their rightful role to the best of their ability and probably beyond the best of their ability to ensure that issue is tackled, so that it's not just about tackling unemployment as local government, as whole of government, we're tackling unemployment in our region, because it's all in our interests to actually have it reduced for the country.
Thanks, Ndosi. Cindy, I'll try to collapse two questions into one. There's a question on how do you engage both your council and the community in understanding and supporting the 4 Ps framework. And the joining question there is, please repeat what the 4 Ps stand for, and do you have a monitoring and an evaluation and monitoring system in place around that space? Yeah. Before you answer, Cindy, I need assistance with the tablet. I'm on 5% battery power.
Oh, that's not good for a moderator to only be at 5%. This is when technology, 100% reliability on technology is not good. Much of battery. So the 4 Ps, people. Do we have the right people at the table and they are in the right role, right? How are we leaning into their strengths, right? It's not just about being on the bus, it's being on the right seat on the bus to how you can contribute. Planning. What plans do we have and what are they grounded in? And by that I mean, how did the plans evolve? Where were the residents in developing that plan? How is the vision in that plan and the outcomes in that plan shared not only across your organization, but across your community? And that is grounded in community engagement, right? And then it's an active plan. It's not just a plan that said, we did it, we checked the box, and we're done. Partnering, again, none of us individually, and sometimes even collectively, have enough resources to do this work. But to wise words from Mike Land in saying, with the resources we have, what can we do? Like, that is powerful, Mike. I wrote that down. I'm going to take that back to my team. And then performing, and that is where data comes in. How can data inform the plan and the work that we do? And then how can data help tell our story of, here's what we said we were going to do, here's how we did it, here's the impact. We got it 100% right, we got it 90% right, we got it 50% right, so we're going to go back and keep working, right? So that's people planning, partnering, and performing. And so I think the second part of that question is, how do you bring others along? How do you bring council along? How do you bring even, surprisingly, maybe none of you experience this, but I experience resistance from other departments when I come with some kind of crazy idea. Imagine that, right? And so, again, I believe it really goes back to, Simon Sinek talks about your just cause. What is your just cause? What is that vision that is greater than the individual? What is our collective vision and our goal? And do we share it? Really understanding that as a community, as partners, as an organization, as individuals, we have ownership into that shared vision. And if you don't have that, your work will be harder and it will take longer. So it is a little bit about go slow to go fast. Really take the time to bring everybody to the table so that they see themselves in that shared vision. That example that I gave about Mayo Clinic, for the first 2 years, there was not shared vision. There was not alignment. They could not see themselves in our bus rapid transit project. It was transactional. And I'm not saying that it was easy. It still took 2 years to get that agreement. Yeah. But at the end, we got a 40-year agreement. And what I didn't mention is I've negotiated, in the last 18 months, 5 more agreements with Mayo and 3 more to go. And they will all be done by December. And so the pace in which you can bring people along because you go slow to go fast is really important in that 4P work.
Great. Awesome. There's a question here dealing with eThekwini municipality, but probably let's open it up for all of us. How is eThekwini Metropolitan done as a contingency or partner with other municipalities in salvaging the displaced families due to recent nature disasters? I think, the question really is, when the crisis hit, what are the things that you put in place in order to mitigate as much as possible a natural disaster?
At the level of municipalities, there probably wasn't much collaboration. We had engagement and collaboration with provincial government and national government so that we could work together in responding to the disaster, especially insofar as displacement is concerned of people. And I think the working relationships that we have forged between those government players has enabled us to sort of find resources even in places obscure, but we were able to find those resources so that we could then be able to plow them into the addressing of the disaster. Just by way of an example, we had close on a 150 households that were damaged. So provincial government had to reprioritize their housing financing budget so that we could be able to address that and actually put it into the disaster kitty that had been created as such. Of course, probably the success rate and success levels are not to the extent that we should be having them, and within the period of time that is expected, such that even to date we still have people that are sort of living in temporary accommodation, but it's probably 30% of those people that initially had been displaced that are still in temporary accommodation. And our intention is to actually make sure that within a space of this financial year, we're able to then deal with that situation.
No, thanks, Ndosi. I think we're left with about 15 minutes. So how I'd like to conclude on the 5 minutes is that I'll give 2.5 minutes to each of you to just go personal, probably in terms of your experiences around this. You know, just going above the level of saying, this is what we do as a city, but what is it that I like to do as Cindy to deal with issues of governance around the space of urban resilience? So I'll continue with the questions anyway. This one almost talks to how far you can go in terms of your lateral thinking as a manager. In highly regulated space, how do you truly explore thinking outside the box? Provide us with an example of something in governance done to enhance service delivery. So I'll allow the two of you to answer that question, you know, sharing your experiences within the spaces which you work in. You first.
Let me first ask, who is familiar with Strength Finders? Are you familiar with Strength Finders? So it's a testing tool that helps you understand what your top 5 strengths are. So when you say think outside the box, ideation is one of my top 5. Like I drive my team crazy because I ideate all the time. So I've got to create the box, right? I've got to do the silos sometimes. But it's fun. It's really fun to do. I'll give an example of another project that we worked on, and I believe it was really outside the box thinking. So Rochester, population 120,000, about 23% minority, and we have 3 million visitors from 123 different countries, 23 common languages spoken in our school system. During COVID, we found that Black and brown women were the most impacted during COVID. We also understood that Black and brown women make up 13% of our community. On the other side, we have an incredible opportunity, massive development and construction going on, our own kind of crisis around workforce and economic development. Black and brown women make up 2% of that opportunity. So for us, it became a how do we help black and brown women create wealth? And so what we thought was, we started on this, our end goal was getting more black and brown women in the development industry, construction industry. And we thought we had a path forward in how to do that. But we took a step back and we said, like, how can Cindy tell Chow or Malana how best to get involved in development in the construction industry? I need to hear from them. How does Cindy compare to Aaron Beneke, a white man who has owned family's owned a construction company for 100 years, create an opportunity and create a connection? So we took a step back and did a co-design, co-collaboration process, and we brought those stakeholders to the table. And out of that, they designed a system, and they built networks, and they created the opportunity among themselves. So we, in the end, thought we were going to deliver the solution. All we did was deliver the opportunity for them to come together in a safe space, build trust, and create networks for a system to help try and solve a problem on the workforce side of things, but an opportunity for creating new wealth generation for people who have traditionally been disadvantaged and exacerbated disadvantaged during COVID.
Thank you. Ndosi, would you respond to the same question?
Yeah, I think in local government, in our situation, we've got the skills that we require. I think the problem is probably more how we employ and deploy those skills in areas and spaces that they'll actually meaningfully contribute. And therefore, I think what we have done is to be able to have people responsible for processes among themselves and be able to have the kind of teams that they require to put together, pull together, and be able to work on a project. For example, currently we've had a flight of traditional business from the central business district of our city, Durban. The office accommodation has more or less remained vacant now, quite a lot of it, at times prime office accommodation. The retail space that was otherwise occupied by major chain retailers is now either laying vacant or have been subdivided. We now have an inner city regeneration working group, which was set up by the city manager, but it's various people in the disciplines of municipal administration coming together, brought together, and allowed to sort of plan what they want to do. And we have, for example, now, through that process, a series of town hall meetings, if you like, with various role players and stakeholders, and getting from them to actually understand what is priority for them in the central business district for it to come back and actually be that vibrant environment that we had. And our employees are actually driving that together with investors, residents, entrepreneurs, et cetera, informal business, to actually make sure that they are able to extract from those interest groups and role players what is required, put together plans at a collective level, and be able to plow back. As a result, for instance, we've had through that process a road, for instance, that was one way because of the engagements there being turned into a dual road because the need was actually expressed at that level and we were able to respond to it. Ordinarily, you would then have planners coming together, engineers coming together and saying, in terms of the traffic flows and all that, we need this to be a one-way street. But because of that innovation and engagement, it was then possible to actually turn things upside down, turn things around, and be unorthodox about it, but be able to respond to a need that is there. And it couldn't have happened, I believe, without that localized engagement, localized allowing of people to express themselves through the innovation that they can actually come up with. And they're able to then negotiate and encourage operators of businesses, owners of buildings, to actually do what they need to do. At times, through that, owners have been asked to take care of their buildings. And if you now walk through the center of Durban, you have communities actually participating in the cleanliness and upkeep of their neighborhoods. You have them clubbing to actually put a coat of paint over a building that's looking dilapidated just because there isn't a coat of paint. And all of that innovation happens in a localized way without input and influence and determination by higher levels of management, because those people are the ones that are closest to the action and they're able to then engage at that level.
Thanks, Ndosi. I've been asked to open up for a minute question amongst our leadership. I'll just look at the hands. If not, I will take charge and point at one of our mayors to ask a question. But as you frame it, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable minister who has come in, Mr. Apollo Mapalala. You're welcome, sir. My mayor is trying to coerce me differently. P.S. You don't have a question? Okay, you're good. All right. They're okay. They're willing to listen. Okay, can I then give you a minute? Cindy, what is it? What's this one thing you would say, let's do this from a governance perspective, which will deal with urban resilience? Similarly, for you, Ndosi, just a minute.
You don't know me very well to ask me what's one thing. I can't ever stop at one thing. Wow. I don't know if this is the one thing, but I will share that what has been profoundly impactful to me in this work in local government, and why I have a degree in finance and a degree in economics, and so somehow I landed doing local government work and not something else. Market right, is I have a personal value statement. And I've had it for about 20 years. And it has really guided me in my work, but really reflects how I feel and about giving back in this world. And my personal mission statement is creating communities of choice, not circumstances, so that people can have quality experiences and quality living regardless of their situation, right? You have plenty of resources. You can live anywhere. You should want to live in this community. Yeah. You have very few resources. You can't leave the community, but you can still have really meaningful quality of life. And so I would just say that if you don't have a personal mission statement, work to get one. Starts with why. Why do we do this work? And for me, that why translates very personally, not just professionally. Like when I'm done doing this work, it will still be about how do I create great communities of choice, not circumstance.
Great, great. Yeah, awesome. Yes, we can. Ndosi, on your side, Mr. Kwela.
Thanks, Abshong. I think for me, the value addition that we at local government make to the body of knowledge that exists is tremendous. However, we do not find it permeating into the curriculum at the various institutions. As a result, you find that most of us here probably were using 20% of what we learned at university. And a lot of what we know and do, we actually picked up and learned in the space of local government and in the operations and in the implementation and trying of ideas that germinate and emanate from local government. For me, it would really be useful for ourselves at local government as practitioners to begin to influence those areas and spaces that impart knowledge, those areas that disseminate information and knowledge, and the experiences that each one of us has, the ideas which each one of us has being documented, and amongst us going to universities and saying there must be a module on municipal law. There must be a module on municipal finance, for example. The kind of engineering that we oversee, implement at a local level is quite unique, but you do not find the engineering that we experience actually being taught at our institutions as such. So I think for me, we are a knowledge base, and this knowledge base needs to actually be imparted to other practitioners, but most importantly, let's not let people come out of university and give them internships so that they learn how to be local government practitioners, but let them have and receive the foundation at those institutions where they're actually being prepared, skilled for them to participate in life experiences and their careers later on. So for me, that's a critical one. In eThekwini, we try to do that and create what we call the Municipal Institute of Learning, MILE. And through that, we were trying to then say, none of what we know here is documented. When people retire, they retire with that wealth of information. When people stop being councillors after 5 years, the knowledge, experience, tactics, strategies that they employ and apply in the quest for social development are immense and amazing, but none of it can be found anywhere except if you sit and talk and converse with those people. So if we can be able to really pull it together, have us being the ones who are champions of it, and us being the ones that deal with those outside us to transform and understand us better as local government practitioners. Thanks.
Thanks. It's very profound, Ndosi. I think we can conclude here. But I think your statement, Honorable Minister, is actually ringing certain words within me, or thoughts, which say, when you have a resource like former CEO Mbabane, when you have a resource like former DUG from the Minister of Housing, how do you ensure that you continue to tap into those resources within the urban government space? Because if you're not intentional in doing that, then you lose a whole body of knowledge that can actually work. So can our education system, our universities, begin to tap into that? But probably the other question would be, can we as urban practitioners begin to think of developing a school where we will teach that which is relevant in terms of the work that we do? I think that's really what's coming out. From the basis of being intentional, be clear in terms of what I want to do. So thanks for that. I think our conclusion here under urban resilience is that build the financial resistance, Because if you don't, when disaster hits, you won't have the resources to be able to deal with it. Create the partnerships that you will need. Create the foundations, create the linkages so that when anything happens, you know where and who to go to. Thank you. And thanks to my panelists for sharing such profound information. And thanks from you with the questions that you brought in. We may not have gone through all of them, but they are noted. I hope we'll find a way of being able to respond through the platforms that we create through our technology. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Bab Shongwe, Bab Kele, and Miss Cindy. Please give them a big round of applause, eh? Thank you so much, and welcome to the Honorable Minister Siyabonga Gusemugwele from our incredible moderator. I think at this rate, Bab Shongwe might just take over our job, eh? Because that was incredible. That was incredible. What rich conversations, what incredible questions, but also the moderation was top notch, eh? These are some of the leaders that we boast off in this, our beautiful kingdom, let me say. If you hadn't noticed yet, you are about to know. It's only the beginning. You are just still showcasing what we have in our leadership. Hey, oh, kunjani wetu ndaba. Sorry guys, my brother just walked in. So it's very exciting for me to see one of us in the room. Some of us are in hiding today in suit and ties, but the two of us are here very proudly. Siyabonga. You know, for me, being in spaces like this always just opens my mind, right? I'll give you an example. I'm a soccer fan. Do we have soccer fans here? This one is going to be a bit hard. Do we have Man United fans? Oh, we do? Oh, thanks. Hey, at least I still have people who are saying that in public. I'm one of them. So here's the thing about fans, right? Babu Shongo, you'll know this. As a Man United fan especially, over the past 12, 13 years, as fans, we think we could have done better than the managers. You know, we think we know better. Like, what is wrong with all of these managers? Why can't they get the team to play really good and win titles, right? That's how we think as fans. And I think this is not unique to just soccer, but it happens in every other area as well. For instance, I'm a citizen. I know absolutely nothing about urban development, but I'm off the view, that we need a bridge from this circle here to the freeway. So I don't have to drive to Lomamba or to Mvuchina, just go straight to the freeway. And because I'm behaving like a fan, I think it's easy. You know, I think, no, let's just wake up tomorrow morning, let's get a few contractors and let's build a bridge. But when you come into a space like this where there's SMEs and they unpack some of the things that you thought were easy, you start realizing that actually, maybe I'm not better than Jose Mourinho. You know, I might just go there and do an even worse job than him. But when I'm having my conversation with my friends, we always feel like we could do better. In their defense, some of my friends imbibe some of those waters of immortality. So you would think kids say the darndest things, but wait until you meet a middle-aged drunk man and hear some of the things that he says. He solves all of the world's problems. It's what we do. You know, it's what we do. So thank you for opening up forums like this. You might think you're singing to the choir, but a lot of us here are picking up things that will change some of our expert levels. But for those of us that aren't even experts at any level, we get a basic understanding of what it means to actually run a city. I still do think, though, that the Municipal Council of Mbabane could help us solve our sins. But we'll talk about that. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our tea break. Honorable Minister came at the right time. I'm about to announce food. We're going to have our tea break for 15 minutes. Go on a break, stretch our legs, and may I ask that we come back here in exactly 14 minutes now. 13 minutes rather. We've been doing really well on time, eh? So at 11:15, I'll bring in our Honorable Principal Secretary. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit. Enjoyed. T, thank you so much for being back. Apologize for that slight delay. You will not believe it, I've been looking for my mic. Turns out I've been mic'd up now, so I have to get used to it. The last time I used this mic, I got off stage and forgot to switch it off. Went backstage and started singing. Much to everyone's surprise, obviously, it wasn't the person on stage singing. It was me. So please bear with me. It's taking some getting used to. Something so heavenly happened during our break. So somebody misplaced their phone. Somebody else found the phone and gave it to someone who gave it to someone who gave it to someone who gave it to me. And then I was able to identify and give it back to the owner. And for me, that was a heavenly moment because we are in heaven and earth, Eswatini. And whenever you are lost, you shall be found. Or whatever you lose, we shall find it. And we will make sure it finds its way back to you. But also this extends to other parts of Eswatini. This is who we are as a people and as a nation. We don't take things that don't belong to us. We collaborate. We bring things back. This is the spirit of Emaswati. Please give yourselves a hand for being the angels in this, our heaven and earth this morning. And speaking about the extension of Eswatini into other parts of the country, this would not have happened without the partner cities that are represented here today. The cities of Eswatini have come together, and the towns have come together to ensure that we are gathered here this morning and we're having this incredible discussion on sustainable urban development. We'd love to thank each and every one of them and just mention them through this very brief clip.
The success of the 2025 ICMA Global Learning Exchange Program is a reflection of the collective commitment and dedication of our partner towns across the Kingdom of Eswatini. Each municipality and town board has played an instrumental role in opening its doors, sharing valuable experiences, resources, and fostering an environment of collaboration and learning. The Municipal Council of Manzini, the heart of Eswatini. Matapa Town Council, we are the Kingdom's investment hub. The Municipal Council of Mbabane, my city. Eswatini Municipality, discover happiness. Malkins Town Council, an innovative, high-tech agro-tourist town which is economically friendly and environmentally sustainable. Mangayane Town Board, a town with beautiful landscapes. Ngwenya Town Board, the gateway into the beautiful Kingdom of Eswatini. Pigspeak Town Council, improvement in services and quality of life through unity. Nhlangano Town Council, our town, our pride. Lavumisa Town Board, heart of the South. Hlatikulu Town Board. Sitegi Town Council, place of marriage. Vuvulani Town Board.
May I ask them to give a big round of applause to all of our partner cities and towns. What is so funny about a place of marriage? Am I missing something? Beautiful. It's The light bulb just switched on, eh? It happens. I remember once getting a joke on a Monday. It was shared on Friday. And I said, oh, hey, remember what they said on Friday. That's how it happens sometimes. Thank you to all of our partner cities and towns. Thank you for collaborating. That's the new competition. Putting all of our resources together and working for a common goal. We appreciate all of you. And of course, having said all of that, it is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development that is the governing body for all of these lovely institutions. And because of them and their impeccable leadership, we're gathered here today because they've built an environment for all of our cities and towns to be able to work in the incredible different ways that they are working. It is for that reason that I have the honor now and the privilege to introduce to stage the Principal Secretary at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the incomparable Dr. Simon Zwane. Please give him a massive round of applause as he comes up.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Minister, because this is a seminar, and because the stakes are very high, I am going to read the introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and please do allow me, kindly allow me, to stand on the already established protocols. Honourable Minister, may I just say, before I read my introductory remarks, may I just applaud, the first session that we've had this morning. Incredible. Incredible. Amongst many things that were said here, there's just one that, got stuck with me, said by Cindy Stenhauser, leaving our egos at the door. And this is a key ingredient to effective partnership. And it got stuck with me, and I think I'll start practicing it and preaching it. I am greatly honored and privileged to participate in today's seminar on sustainable urban development, a topic that sits at the heart of our shared future. As we gather to explore innovative solutions for building resilient, inclusive, and environmentally conscious cities, we are especially grateful to be joined by a leader whose commitment to public service and sustainable progress is truly inspiring. We welcome you, Honorable Minister Apollo Mapalala, Minister for Housing and Urban Development, and thank you for your visionary leadership, which has been instrumental in advancing some of the policies that promote equitable urban growth, green infrastructure, as well as community empowerment. The Honorable Minister brings not only a wealth of experience, but also deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we strive to shape cities that serve both people and our beautiful planet. We are eager to hear your insights and perspectives as we embark on this important dialogue, Honorable Minister. And having said that, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Apollo Mapalala, the Minister for Housing and Urban Development in the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you. We may be seated. At least I've heard, I was not here when Cindy said the egos should be left at the door. But I think that's quite profound. Many of the global conflicts that we have now really are all about egos. So instead of investing in arms of war and other military operations, probably we can invest in leaving our egos at the door and see what comes out of that. And actually, a lot of the tensions that often, are in the boardrooms or in the chambers, in our different, spaces of shaping, our future and presentation of reports and interrogation of reports between councillors and managers. At the helm of all of that usually is egos more than substance. So if the CEOs that are here and the municipal managers can take what Cindy was talking about, leaving the egos actually not at the door. Some people are already, trying to assist where exactly can we leave the egos. Because I fear that if we leave them by the doorsteps, because our egos are so strong, they may even crush some of those doors. So you may want to create some dump site for egos or some landfill, for egos. Just collect the egos every day like we collect waste and dump it in some strategic and protected location. Let me not continue to talk about this thing of egos, because I think it's a very disturbing issue in terms of public service. We sometimes spend a lot of money financing egos instead of financing development. That is why even when we change office bearers, sometimes there's shift in investment, not premised on appropriately researched priorities, but based on who is in office. And I think it's very important. So I have learned today again. After Mike yesterday, at least I have Cindy today. So, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure when you are supposed to speak like I am supposed to speak, you have an obligation to go through the protocols. But it's important because the protocol is there to be established, even by the person who's supposed to make that keynote address. So probably let me go through the protocols now. So program director, PS in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Zwane, mayors and chairpersons of councils, honorable councillors, president-elect of ICMA, Mr. Mike, ICMA CEO, Julia and the esteemed ICMA delegation, president and members of the Eswatini Local Authorities Managers Association, president and members of the Eswatini Local Government Association, South African Local Government Association, the Institute of Local Government Managers, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Oh, thank you very much. It's for the first time that you say good morning and people respond. When we have a lot of people like this, you just say good morning and then continue with the speech without people, responding to your greeting. Today, we gather to reflect on a matter that defines not only our present, but also the future of our nation, the concept of sustainability. The theme of the seminar is sustainable urban development. I was once asked in some interview to define sustainable development. And I presented a simplistic, definition of what sustainable development is. That which almost everyone knows, that it is the ability of the present generation to meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs as well. So as we do whatever we are doing, if we are to be sustainable, we should not only be looking at the immediate needs, we should be able to project well into the future and see if the coming generations are going to meet their own needs. Unfortunately, we don't even know how their needs are going to be fashioned and formed. That is why we need to be creative in our thinking, first of all, but secondly, leave space for the unknown. Even in terms of the use of land, which is the principal resource in the spaces where we manage. We should not be consuming all the land at once, because we don't know how the future generations are going to be living. As we see things unfolding now, the younger generation is no longer interested in building permanent homes, because they are becoming, global citizens. They are more in favor of the gated communities where they can, lock their 2 or 3 bedroom house, whether they go for 3 or 4 weeks without touching base with that, but they are still assured that their property is going to be safe. So it's a shift in the way in which they view, the housing and homes. That is why then we need to leave space from what we know to accommodate what we don't know. That is how sustainable, thinking should help us do. We are living in a time when our communities are being tested like never before. There's poverty on these parts of the world. There's devastating effects of climate change, unpredictable natural disasters, the rising safety concerns, and the pandemics. All of these are converging to stretch the resilience of our people. In all of this, local government remains at the front line, carrying the responsibility of ensuring that our citizens' daily needs are met, even in the most difficult of circumstances. On top of these pressures, we continue to witness rapid urbanization. In fact, here in Eswatini, we have another form of urbanization that I think I have highlighted in a couple of meetings, that we see rural areas urbanizing where they are. The normative form of urbanization is the rural to urban migration, people moving from rural areas to urban areas. But what is happening in Eswatini is that the rural areas themselves are urbanizing, which is people are building huge complexes in areas that were predominantly agriculture before. They are building multi-story, types of structures in rural areas, and it is posing a challenge to any practitioner in local government and anyone who's engaged in spatial planning and the sustainable use of land. We also see in the process of urbanization the growth of informal settlements as well, because we still have that, conventional movement of people from rural areas to urban areas and putting more pressure on the urban infrastructure. But all of these challenges and problems, descend to the person we call the local government practitioner. At the end of the day, it is that person, whether a councillor or a hired official, those are the people that are supposed to provide innovative solutions on how to respond to the challenges that we have highlighted. That is why I always say anyone who is in local government is called to be in local government, because local government to some extent is a calling. Just like nursing and other professions where you can go beyond the call of duty to do what you are supposed to do. Colleagues, these realities are not just distant threats. They are already here with us, and they demand of us bold strategic shift in the way local government approaches areas of planning, of service delivery, and of policy development. It is encouraging how this seminar brings together leaders and practitioners who are not just discussing problems, but actively shaping solutions. Our first panel has already highlighted the importance of resilience at the community level. I wish to echo and reinforce this point. Building resilient communities must be a central focus. It is the foundation on which sustainability is built. I have always, thought this issue of our communities being resilient is not just a question of responding to natural disasters. If we are intentional about achieving sustainable goal number 11, that our communities are inclusive, they are safe, and they are resilient, we must, approach this whole subject from a comprehensive and holistic standpoint. Safety is not just about cameras and all these other kinds of things that we can see. Our cities must be ideologically safe. Our young children should be exposed to healthy debates in town halls, where they can see themselves in the discussions, and they can then map out their own way of doing things out of the discussions that we have in a healthy fashion in our various town halls. If our cities are to be safe, the chambers should always be marked with green leadership. I once talked about that thing, Ezulu, Mayor, that I've not read about it anywhere, but we always talk about green cities, but our boardrooms are not green. Sparks are flying every day. But we can adopt green leadership, where it is all healthy, growing, blossoming, bearing fruits, capable of regenerating itself. That type of leadership should always mark our chambers. If we keep throwing stones, councillors throwing stones at management, and management throwing stones at councillors, that's not green leadership. I don't know what the color is. But it shouldn't only about planting trees and greening our spaces, but we should also ensure that the softer issues are green as well. So I think it's very critical that we become comprehensive in the way in which we look at safe and resilient communities. So as we appreciate the discussions that we have just held in the first panel, I am hoping that we will continue to empower both our institutions and our people to absorb shocks, be clear about how they need to respond to all these kinds of challenges that we have, be they local or global, and to rise stronger from these types of occurrences. So resilience also means embracing opportunities presented by the digital era. I think most of us, that are quite advanced in terms of age, I'm one of them. So, but the digital wheel is moving faster than we can appreciate. New dynamics are coming up every day. The introduction of social media has introduced a new set of accountability standards that we have not been exposed to in the past. And we still need to respond to all of those things and make our leadership remain green, even in the era of digital operations. Technology is a gateway to smarter service delivery. It helps us to be more transparent in our governance, and it helps us to achieve inclusive participation. Our vision for smart cities in Eswatini must therefore go beyond infrastructure. It must be about reimagining service delivery, improving efficiency, and creating an environment where our citizens feel seen, they feel saved, and they feel valued. That is how we build communities that are future ready. As I conclude, I want to leave us with this challenge. Let this seminar not end with conversations alone. Let it spark real programs, real partnerships, and real actions that prepare Eswatini's towns and cities for the future, which we know is coming. I always, when we have conversations at the ministry, anyone who happens to travel, outside the country on official business, when they come back, they should tell us what they have learned, how that should be translated into real programming at local level, so that we don't just move around. And it's good to move around and learn what other people are doing. But I don't think we can afford it at this level of growth of our economy. So we need to take advantage of the travels that we make outside the country, come back and influence the spaces where we operate for better results. And that is why out of this conference, we are really expecting that our municipalities are going to, shift to the next gear. Even in terms of service delivery, we as a ministry are available. We will still be, available to support all the initiatives that municipalities put in place to ensure that there is improvement in the quality of life of our people. We hope that you'll continue to have fruitful discussions here and eventually, achieve what is supposed to be achieved. And we really applaud our visitors for coming and sharing their experiences. I found a rep here making statements, and I was really impressed. It is these types of learning from each other that can help, and we are doing this, easily because we are all in the same space, and we all appreciate the challenges that we have. They may vary in degree, and the complexity, but they're basically the same. So that is why I am saying these types of initiatives, Mike, should really be replicated all over the world. We can achieve a better globe by learning from each other, and then taking those types of learnings into our own little spaces and improving service delivery. So enjoy yourselves while you are still here, and let us learn as much as we can, our colleagues, but I think our visitors are going to learn as much as they can as well. Mike yesterday had learned that when you are saying home, or rather when you want to say home in Siswati, you say it's ekaya, so that's learning. So those types of engagements and mutual learning, I think, are quite important, and we really applaud all the organizers for putting together this type of program. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round of applause for the Honourable Minister. what a breath of fresh air, right? What a breath of fresh air. I think if there's a leader who can rightfully speak about servicing people over servicing egos, it's this particular leader. Because he's not all talk, we've seen that. I think very recently we have examples. If there's a leader who can speak about calling municipalities into action, it's this one. You know, and making examples of town halls. These are tangible things that we have seen. And I'm sure that our friends that are here will take this as a note that in this country, we actually have leaders who put their money where their mouth is. Leaders that have a very high say-do ratio. Leaders that mean what they say. And I can promise you now that, as I told you this morning, this is just one of them. We have quite a plethora of them. We thank you, Honorable Minister, for those great works. Green leadership. I learned something today. Green leadership, because apparently sparks are flying in these boardrooms. What are you doing in these boardrooms, guys? When the minister is coming around, and you guys, why are you? Okay, like khuluma ngeSwati minister. That's a good advocate. Thank you very much for that. So we are obviously continuing with our conversations. The minister has said we must not just talk. We must speak and then obviously act after we speak. So we're now going to segue into our next panel discussion. Again, another pertinent issue that he has alluded to say technology shouldn't just be about all of the cameras and all of the systems we're putting in place, but what else is collaborating with the technology to ensure that our cities are growing, that our cities are becoming better. So we're going to have a conversation now on accelerating urban digital transformation. We have another absolutely amazing moderator coming in here with another incredible panel to take us through the next rich conversation on digital transformation.
Sithembile Smelane is a dynamic and results-driven executive with over 18 years of progressive leadership experience in local government administration, finance, and urban development. Currently serving as Chief Executive Officer of Sitegi Town Council with a proven track record of driving sustainable urban growth, fiscal discipline, and community engagement. Demonstrated success in securing international funding, implementing strategic infrastructure projects, local economic development empowering citizens' engagement, and achieving consistent clean audits. Julia Carter. Julia Carter brings over 20 years of diverse experience in local government and currently serves as the Assistant City Manager for the City of Pacifica, California. In her role, she oversees internal operations and key administrative functions, including finance, human resources, information technology, and risk management, while also leading the city's economic development and housing program and major citywide initiatives. Additionally, Julia leads special projects and serves on multiple boards and committees, representing Pacifica at local and regional levels. She is deeply passionate about advancing professional excellence, upholding ethical standards, and building public trust. Throughout her career, she has helped organizations achieve higher standards for service and innovation, earning consistent recognition and awards, including 12 prestigious Excellence Awards in Pacifica alone over the past 4 years. Viniwe Fagutse currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Municipal Council of Mbabane, a position she assumed in August 2024. This appointment marks her return to municipal management, a field in which she has a long and distinguished history. Prior to her role in Mbabane, Fagutse was a long-serving local government practitioner. She previously held the position of CEO at Matsapa Town Council for over 14 years and Sitegi Town Council for 3 years. Her leadership in Sitegi First and also Matsapa, a key industrial hub, solidified her reputation as a capable and influential figure in urban governance. Fagutse's career also includes significant experience in the private sector. She served as Chief Customer Officer at Eswatini Mobile and, most recently, as the Lead Customer Experience at MTN Eswatini over a duration of 6 years. Mbongeni Bafana Mjali is a technology and development leader with experience in the telecommunications, financial services, and ICT for development sectors. Hailing from Mangayane, Patseni too, he currently serves as Director of the Universal Access and Service Fund, UASF, at the Eswatini Communications Commission, ESICOM, where he is responsible for driving programs that promote meaningful access to digital technologies and foster inclusive national development. Throughout his career, Mr. Mjali has held leadership roles that combine engineering expertise, business acumen, and policy insight. His work has spanned both private and public sectors, where he has led initiatives that strengthen digital transformation, enhance service delivery, and build frameworks for innovation and growth. His regional and international engagements have positioned him as an influential contributor to broadband and digital inclusion strategies. Guided by the principles of servant leadership, empathy, and collaboration, he is committed to ensuring that digital transformation becomes a force for inclusion and opportunity. Sibongile Mabuza is an entrepreneur and digital transformation strategist with over 25 years of experience across corporate, consulting, and social enterprise sectors. She is the co-founder of Africans Changing Africa, ACA, a movement dedicated to advancing inclusive smart city frameworks across the continent, and the founder of Urban Zulu Hair, a woman empowerment initiative. Sibo holds a BSc from the University of Eswatini, an MSc from City University London, and an MBA from ESAID Business School in Spain. She is currently pursuing a master's in smart city management at Ziggurat Institute, Spain, with a focus on building resilient, citizen-centric digital systems that empower local governments. Her ultimate aspiration is to help shape equable African societies that are prepared to thrive in the future. Sibo is married with 2 children and lives in Johannesburg.
So we'll just move straight to the discussion that we're here for this day. So as said prior, that we'll be looking into the topic which says accelerating urban digital transformation, reimagining cities, integrating technology, people and urban resilience for future cities. So the unprecedented advancement of technology has disrupted sectors, industries, and society in many ways, and it will continue doing so into the future. The urban development space is going through digital transformation, with towns and cities adopting and implementing smart cities technology solutions to address urban challenges and improve the quality of life of the citizens. Digital technologies are reshaping how towns and cities operate and how residents interact with their environment, from smart transportation systems and digital governance to AI-powered urban analytics. However, the speed and advancement of technology requires that cities keep pace with the digital transformation wave to become future cities to attain sustainable development goals, in particular SDG 11, which speaks to sustainable cities and communities. It is therefore essential that we engage on digital infrastructure itself, and we talk about policy and governance issues, and we also talk about equity and access, And lastly, the funding modalities, as we know that this innovation doesn't come cheap and easy. So, to start our conversation, there is, or with the adoption of the smart cities concept and the prevailing technological advancement being experienced, as we can all attest to that, there is a need for robust discussions on issues of smart infrastructure that needs cost, technological solutions for urban challenges and digital platforms being adopted and implemented by cities. Of course, balancing the innovation with cybersecurity, data privacy, and compatibility. So within my panel, I have Ms. Gciniwe Fagutse from Mbabane Municipality, as she has been introduced. So she's been the first one in the country to spearhead the smart city approach. So we'll be starting with her to share some knowledge with us, as this is basically a sharing forum. We're sharing knowledge, we're sharing experiences. So I'd love our CEO to share how the concept of smart cities was introduced in Mbabane, and what was the reception of the concept from your internal and external stakeholders.
No, thank you very much to the moderator, and thank you for that question. Honorable Minister, can I honor protocol in the House? In listening also to the Minister's speech, I think the thing that stood out for me as well is that from a country perspective, we're living in an era where our government has understood and appreciated the benefits that digital innovations and infrastructure can bring. It can simplify service delivery, it can bring efficiencies in terms of cost. It also aligns to the citizens, because the reality of it, even as we sit in this room, is that you, on an individual basis, may be behind in terms of using digital technologies and tools. But your children, and those are let's start at your home level. Your children have embraced digital tools to what they do and how they live. You take them to school, they've adopted the same. You talk to your citizens, they're using the same digital tools when they do banking, when they do shopping. People don't leave their homes now to buy groceries. They sit in the comfort of their homes, they buy groceries, they run out of data, they go on their phone, they play with their phone. People are used to that from a private sector perspective and an individual perspective. So what our government is now saying is that how can we, as the public sector, now leverage on those tools that are readily available and enhance service delivery with the customer who is your citizen at the end of it all. They deserve for you to find ways, one, to use digital infrastructure, to use data to inform what we do. So from a government level, and you constantly are hearing our government talk about this, smart government, government in your hand. So how can we then at the local level not adopt that same understanding and principle? So how did it come about? From a government perspective, government has leveraged partnerships, and that's one P that we learned this morning, partnerships. It leveraged partnerships from its friends and sisters, the government of Taiwan, to come into Eswatini and partner with us. So Mbabane became a pilot project, and we can commend our government because our understanding is that it will now move to other cities. But the critical question that you have placed, and from a Mbabane perspective, how has it landed? One, were we ready, and are we ready? What would you want to put in place so that you are ready to use these tools? Because the reality of it all is that we were delivering services continually. So we didn't stop and then wake up and say, smart city. We continue to develop and use infrastructure and what we have to deliver. But the question becomes, how do you gradually now integrate the benefits of digital tools and innovations, the use of big data and AI to augment what you are doing? So when you say smart city to many citizens, they think about a utopic, hyper-technological city where everybody's flying in on cars that are no longer on wheels. But you're constantly trying to say, no, at this level, it is about how, for example, and I think we heard from Cindy, when you want to talk about giving social services, How do you use data and technology to deliver that? Thinking smart and acting smart. So from a Mbabane perspective, it's really been a journey, one internally, a serious journey, because internally, you've got to engage your internal stakeholders to firstly appreciate what it is that you're building towards, removing the filters and the many ideas that come when you say smart city internally. So you spend time and have a very intentional change management program, because you've got to move with your internal stakeholders at every levels of the organization. You've also got to deal with the fears that come with the word smart and technology, because instinctively, people cringe and think, if I allow technology and use digital tools, I'll become less and less important and needed in my space. So you're constantly teaching that I need you, but I need you to start thinking smart and thinking digitally. Before you act, assess the data that you have at your disposal, assess the digital tools you can utilize before you move. Externally, it's a whole journey altogether, because you're now talking about smart citizens. For me, there's critical pillars to when you talk about smart city, and one of them that is so critical are your communities and the people. Because you can bring smart infrastructure, but if your citizens don't appreciate or understand the grand vision, you'll wake up one day and you're across the river and everybody else is beyond the other mountain where you left them. And they're all thinking, what is the fuss about this? So we've had to create intentional forums where we are teaching our citizens and helping them appreciate what we are looking and thinking towards, moving away from your typical thinking of a smart city, the cameras, this and that, but coming to the basics, because ultimately it's about the quality of life. So yeah, in a nutshell, I believe from a Mbabane perspective, that's where we are.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. I'm noting that you are talking about riding on the already existing IT gadgets and all the like, but now looking at the bigger perspective of implementing the smart city idea, in your own opinion now, how do you think cities can strike the balance between funding the high cost of smart infrastructure and your day-to-day operational municipal programs?
So I think Mr. Njali next to me, because this is his area of expertise, he just went, And I think the is a shared one across the floor. It's not even talking about digital tools and infrastructure. It's really just talking about providing basic services to our citizens. I do not know of any local government that says I have enough money to do what I do. Literally, we are all trying to just see what we can do and the best ways of delivering and servicing our citizens. But more specifically to your question, I think a lot of things that have to do with smart cities, basically from an Eswatini perspective, was one, we needed to look at our digital backbone. And I'm happy because our government understands that, one, we need to have digital infrastructure. And that's where Mr. Njali is going to speak. Because when you talk about bringing digital solutions, it doesn't help if people are not accessing your internet and don't have connectivity, and the connectivity costs are high. So you firstly must talk about that. There must be access, because if you say government in your hand, and I say pay rates on your phone, my assumption is that every Liswati has a smartphone. And my assumption is that every Liswati is digitally literate and knows what I'm talking about. So you've got to move with your people. Then you move around the technological integrations. And many a times I've noted, well, in my own journey, that the integration approach of leadership, it really takes some doing, because in a Swatini context, for example, when I talk about infrastructure, digital infrastructure, I talk about EPTC, for example, and I talk about them rolling out fiber in most of our cities. But not many of the cities will spend time and sit with EPTC and ask them, how are you rolling this out? What benefits would I accrue? And how do I partner with you? Because for the longest, it's a private sector driven approach. But when you think about it from a local government perspective, it is not a day-to-day thing that you'd want to monitor. So firstly, in terms of financing, partnerships are critical. They are very critical. It is important to understand that which are the service providers, they may be private in your city, that are providing and providing infrastructure that you can then ride on for digital innovations. So for example, in the government smart city program, they are creating 5G hotspots so that there's there's sort of access to access to data, but equally they're coming with free Wi-Fi hotspots. So we're now trying to say, let's move with our citizens. So partnerships are very critical. So a lot of the work that we're doing is going around and building intentional and beneficial partnerships, because we cannot finance this. For this project I'm speaking about, the government of Taiwan is assisting the Eswatini government, but they will not assist us forever. So at some point, they deliver the basic infrastructure. Now it's upon us on the P that she spoke about. Who are you partnering with? And are they the relevant partners to drive your strategy going forward? But secondly, at the municipal level, we really want to be intentional. A very key pillar of smart cities is smart leadership. So the pillar of governance is also important, because suddenly you want to speak about smart budgeting. You want to talk about what do I invest in the short term, and it will yield benefits in the medium to the long term. But of course, when you talk about local planning and local and urban development, you have a short, mid, and long-term view to it. So you don't want to all clump it all into your short-term planning and budgeting. But there's things that you must start working on now that will benefit you in the next 10 years as digital infrastructure is concerned, because the costs are very high. So you go for quick wins, but really spend time on laying the infrastructure first, because then you can build on that. Agility needs you to work on a foundational basis and build on top of what you built and started.
Thank you. That was mouthful. Now that you said you have started with the assistance from the Taiwan, so can you share with us at least two? She says she's tired. Maybe it will be the last question. Can you share with us at least one or two products as a result of the Smart City initiative, or just two technological solutions that you can?
So we would really once again appreciate His Majesty's government for literally focusing this relationship and its benefits to urban local authorities, because it's really going to move around. And I'm hoping that it will get to all the ministers' towns and cities, because there really are benefits. So for the Mbabane specific case, the first one is really to create a 5G Wi-Fi connectivity, linking us and creating a very good backbone for government to put its services and run them on that backbone of the 5G. So that's a first and a critical one. And within it, it's going to come with Wi-Fi hotspots around the city, and of course not meant to be utilized for social purposes only, but the key element of it is that we need to build programs that will bring in digital literacy, and people can use the free Wi-Fi in that to access government services. So there is a thought around that and how we can sort of push people towards using that free data for what government is trying to inculcate in the citizens. That is the first one. The second one is your CCTV surveillance. And of course, I think the Honorable Minister spoke about that smart cities are safe cities. So from a Mbabane perspective, and I think it's common amongst all our cities in the room, we're trying to create 24-hour cities where people can live and walk in their cities, where people don't worry about public transport when I can walk, where people can cycle in their cities. So this talks a great deal to security, and for people to just feel that I can live and breathe in my city without the confines of time and the confines of the nightfall coming up and safety. So the CCTV surveillance is very critical, and in that one, we have partnered with His Majesty's Police Service to actually run with that program so that we see the benefits of that. The third one is with regards to our traffic management system. So we have put in the project, in our major traffic lights and traffic intersections, we've put traffic modeling systems that are allowing us now to be able to monitor traffic, to monitor intersections, and for the traffic lights to automatically read the traffic patterns and be able to manage that on their own. So that's an integration that we've built in. It's equally giving us very good statistics on traffic, and therefore helping us to see how we manage and grow those streets and how we then pedestrianize some of them. And even if we want to get inventive and bring cycle lanes, which we are all dreaming for, then we would be working around the data that we are getting from those systems and integrations. And almost finally, Mbabane has two very major rivers, and for Eswatini, you would realize and appreciate that during rainy seasons, we would cross our fingers to say, let Mbabane not flood. And it's not necessarily an issue of drainage, it's an issue of how the city is just architectured. There are two rivers, and it is a mountainous area, and all development is on the lower side. So apart from the improvements that have been made on the upper side of Mbabane, to sort of mitigate around drainage. The second one is putting two probes in the major rivers that give us early warning systems in terms of flooding. And so the early warning systems are connected to the city, but we've also connected to NDMA so that we have perfectly run early warning systems to assist those property owners that live and reside and do business along our rivers. The plans, I can talk for days going forward, but the most critical thing right now is the focus on the backbone, the focus on digital literacy, and ensuring that our young people and our citizens are knowledgeable around issues that relate to data and can be able to access government services on what we call government in your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, CEO. He's busy persuading me not to ask her any more questions, so I'll respect that. She has done exceptionally well. So we've touched on the topic of funding digital infrastructure. So she touched a bit on partnerships. So fortunately, within my panel, I've got a PPP specialist who is going to engage us on how can we package PPPs as cities in order to accelerate implementation of digital transformation. So, Ms. Sibo, I would love you to share with the House that from your perspective, as PPPs support towns and cities in the conceptualization and implementation of smart city initiatives.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol observed. I'm last on the panel, so I thought I would be coming last. I was preparing to just be comfortable and settle down. But yeah, quite an interesting topic, and I am no means a PPP specialist. In fact, I just want to acknowledge the people in the room, the caliber of people that is in the room. And I'm just humbled, in fact, to be in your presence this morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share what I do know. So there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think one of the things that's quite interesting in PPPs is there is a kind of a pull in opposite directions in terms of priorities. You have the public sector, which has a responsibility to its citizenry. And then you have the private sector, which has a responsibility to itself. Not to be unfair, but that's how the economy works. That's how things function. But there is a bridge. There is a coming together of these two parties, which can be facilitated by finding a common vision. And this is where I think the PPPs become powerful. I think one of the points I want to just take a step back in order for us to understand is when we think about smart cities, think about these three I's. You think about instrumentation, which she's mentioned already, the sensors, the devices, the things that we're putting down. You think about interconnectivity. How are those devices speaking to each other, and how are they giving you the information that you can then use? And then the last one is intelligence, right? So how are you then taking that and then using it in a way that's useful for the city? Now, if you bring all the town, I know some people are wanting to be cities very early, but yeah. But there's another element to that, right? So when you look at PPPs, we look at those elements. We think, okay, how can we partner with the private sector? How can the public sector partner with the private sector to deliver those? There's a huge focus on infrastructure. There's a huge focus on governance and service delivery. But there is another element I want to add. I have another P as well, and that P is people. And here we're talking about social acceptance, environmental impact, and long-term sustainability. So I want to propose that it shouldn't be private-public partnership. It should really be private, and people partnership. A lot of the time when the projects come, the people are involved post the project being implemented. And by then, there's no chance to intercept. By then, the people are being trained, they are being told. And what we want is a grassroots partnership where everyone is involved from inception. But I don't want to deviate, moderator. I want to come back to your question, which is how do these support towns and cities in conceptualization and implementation? And for me, if we start with that idea that it's about the people, it's about the private sector and their priorities, it's about the public sector and its priorities, okay, so what roles are all these different people playing? So you find that the public sector is driving the vision, they're driving the policy, and what the private sector brings is the resources. They bring the expertise, they bring the innovation, and they bring the desire to make money, which is what will fuel everything that's there. And then the people will make sure that the right things are being delivered, and they are being delivered in a way that will serve the people that are supposed to be receiving it.
I think we are noting that we need to shift from 3 Ps to 4 Ps. I think it's getting a revelation during this session that you can't talk PPPs and leave the people's aspect. I think I really love that.
Sorry, I just want to add one more, and that's the academia and research institutions. I forgot to mention that. Okay. They also play a very important role.
Okay. So having identified that we need to take the public sector on board since they bring in resources and their high business appetite, then how can the PPP stimulate innovation while protecting the cities from over-reliance on private sector, and what governance mechanisms that can be implemented to ensure transparency, accountability, and equitable sharing between the cities and the private developers?
Okay, thank you. The quick answer is it's tricky. And I really enjoyed, I'm sorry, Cindy, to keep referring to you like everyone else, but I liked what you said about taking the time. The reality is the priorities are different. People want different things out of the engagement. What you don't know up front is whether they are noble and whether they will eventually help. They start off intending to be noble, but what happens if things change along the way? So I think one of the things that we need to really take the time to do is to understand, are the contracts transparent enough? And of course, if they are being viewed from different lenses, including the people that I added before, I think there's a greater chance of them being more visible. The other one is also having a risk-sharing model. And I think if that is kind of put in a way that people are held accountable and they are held responsible, then it can actually move the needle. I also think that if the performance and monitoring systems are put in there that can be made transparent and visible, and this now in a digital space is something that we can do. We live in a social media world. I was just reminiscing with another colleague yesterday that when I started, I was the first crop of computer science graduates in Swaziland, and we used to boot up our machines with a floppy drive. Those who are old enough, raise your hands if you remember a floppy drive. That's right, we're together. And you know, now kids, I think, Kaniwe mentioned this, kids, like they are born on the phone. You know, when I had my baby, I would be on my phone, and of course, by the time he was old enough to swipe, that's the first thing he did. He was swiping. So we're living in a different era now. So let's not take advantage. Let's take advantage of it, and allow people to actually ride on the waves of this digital innovation that we have. So if we open up the performance monitoring, if we open up the contracts, if we hold the contractors accountable, if the people themselves are held accountable, I'm sure some of my other colleagues will speak of situations where the citizens have actually themselves crowd-funded projects that they feel would be useful for them to have. It's not always about money coming from cooperating partners or from the private sector or from the government itself. Sometimes the people themselves in the community, they feel we need this, let us pay for it. And they put the money in, they put the solar panel that will benefit the community. Let's not take for granted the opportunity that actually is available within the communities themselves.
Okay, Sibo, while on the people's aspect, then how can cities prevent digital transformation initiatives from widening the inequalities or creating a big gap between those who are able to adapt to the transformation and those who will be struggling to?
Oh my Lord, and this is a big one for me. When we have conversations about smart cities, one of the things we do is we assume affluence. We design for those that can afford. We speak about smart transport, smart mobility, smart this, and we're not really we're thinking about moving cars around more easily. What about those that are not driving? And so there is an inequitable society that we find ourselves in already. There is a group of people. Yesterday, when we were touring, we drove through. We drove through Eswatini. Well, first we went to Madzini, and then you went to Matapa, and then you went to Eswatini. The difference was marked. The affluence in Eswatini, you could see. I even said, does Eswatini have an informal settlement? Because so the conversations are different. Each city has to understand what are the boundaries in which they are working, who is the community that they are most serving, and how do they structure the smart city initiative in such a way that it does serve the most needy, but also the less needy. Everyone must be served. And this is part of the challenge when we think about smart city frameworks, we think about the implementations that we've put in place. Even, for example, one of the things, I just want to put an example for you. I'm sorry to keep rambling on. I hope I'm making sense. But one of the things that's quite interesting, for example, is if you put up a pole, a street light, that street light has the capacity to also have a Wi-Fi hotspot, right? So then you can provide Wi-Fi to those. In a PPP partnership, what you could do is you could go to a telecoms provider and say, okay, here's a pole, put a Wi-Fi here, fund the pole, and then your Wi-Fi hotspot will be there. Give my citizens the first 500 megabytes of internet for free, and then the rest they can pay for, right? So in that sense, it's a win-win, right? The private sector, they get the client, and you get to provide free internet to your people. But then what about your informal settlements, where people aren't going to pay, right? So you then say to them, well, this is where your money will be in this area, and in that less affluent area, do that for free, right? So these are the kind of conversations that you can start to have to balance these competing demands that you find yourself in. For me, it's a big bugbear, because when we speak smart cities, and also the other one, I'm sorry, I'll just say this one last time, is that when we look at smart cities, we look at it from a European Western perspective. There is an African perspective, which is vastly different from where they are coming from. We are here. 35% of our population is unemployed. How are we talking about smart cities in the same context? We cannot. So we really have to put it in such a way that we understand that our people have a different context. And so let's not leave them behind. No one left behind. The whole point of this is to bring people along, to empower them, to enrich them, to bring prosperity to the nation, to provide jobs for people, to provide opportunities for SMMEs, and provide innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was mouthful. Maybe one last question, Sibo, for you, is that as cities want to adopt the sustainable futures, smart and sustainable futures, can you give us at least one or two recommendations that you can give to cities who are striving to take that direction?
So I would say, first of all, don't forget the fourth P, the people. So your PPP must be 4 Ps. I also have a 4P. The second one is start small. It's a learning. I don't think anyone can say we have successfully implemented. First of all, we can't even agree on what smart cities mean. Let's adapt. I'm quite fascinated by the idea of technical versus adaptive problems. And the idea is we take problems and we try to adapt technical solutions to them. But the reality is some things are adaptive, meaning we need to adapt with them as they evolve. So if we start with a small problem, a small solution, we watch it, we change, we see what needs to be changed, and then we broaden it. Just like Daniela was saying earlier about, starting small and then building on that and growing on it. That's what I think is the second recommendation that I would make. And then also just understanding it's about the SDGs. Like, why are we doing this? It's a question I always ask myself whenever I get involved in a project. I say, okay, take away all the technobabble and all the blockchain and AI and big data. Take away all the words. Why are we here? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? And what are the things that we can actually put in place? So I think the SDGs give us that compass. They guide us. No poverty, access to healthcare for everyone. Let's go back to those. And I think that will help. And the last one is also, in terms of just the PPPs, just having good negotiation skills. Don't be afraid to push. There are some companies that are actually willing to invest because they see that that will be a platform for them to build on for the future. For example, with the city of Manzini, it's relatively small in the context of bigger cities. So you can get a partner that will come and say, I'll completely fund this project because this can be my pilot. So these are the things that you can do. Negotiate those. Don't be afraid to go out there and push those things in place. So I think that's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Sibo. Sibo has already introduced the issue of the people. So I have a speaker who are going to discuss the issue of equity and access now. And to create all these big infrastructures and all the like, only to find that it's just your cosmetics, it's just your nice to have, the public cannot access it. So we've got Mr. Mchali, who is going to have a discussion that will cover digital transformation with associated risks of widening the urban digital divide and strategies that cities can deploy in order to ensure equitable access and to digital services and opportunities for all residents. So, Mr. Mchali, he's just laughing from the onset. So, Mr. Mchali, from your perspective, what does digital transformation, equity, and access mean in the context of public service, in particular in towns and cities?
Thanks, Program Director. And all protocol observed. Thanks again for having us here. I felt uncomfortable when the program started because I could see that people are talking towns and cities, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, whoa, Umlungu. Why did Umlungu choose me to come here? Now I'm sitting in this chair, and then I realize it gets better. I'm the only male. You can imagine the rest. So, yeah, Minister, I'm so sure. But having said that, it is an honor for us to be here and talk about why are we even doing this? and how best can we do it? And the previous speakers, even in the panel, have shared some of the complicated part that we can do. I'm just going to keep it simple. Just remember why you want to do it. Qale lapho nje. Why do you want to do it? Because that gives you a reason how then you should do it. Because the biggest challenge that we want to do it is that we want to do it because we want to come sit here and then say we have smart city, we've got robots that are controlled by the mayor when he is sitting at home. But why are we doing this? You know, so from an ITU perspective, I will borrow that definition. That is what we call meaningful access to technology. It means it must just go beyond us having access to it. It must scratch where it is itching, if I were to put it that way. Because technology adoption is based on trust. If these people don't see and know what this thing is going to help them do, they are not going to use it. So as I told you, I'm going to take it easy here. I'll throw one or two examples so that you understand my pain. So part of my job is to pick up the pieces when the technology operators have left. I will redefine that. So one of the reasons why I was hired is to make sure that we don't leave any citizen behind where technology is concerned, especially communication services. The habit that we do is what we have done today. So I will be a little bit brutal. You will bear with me. I hope you will forgive me. I didn't get my lunch coupon, but at least there is ShopRite across the road. So if you don't invite me for lunch, I don't worry. I'll get some pet cakes across the road. So one of the things that we have done in this discussion is that we said we are going to talk about equity. But did we factor in those people that we want to talk about them in this discussion? So one of the people, some of the people that we are going to talk about here is those that are vulnerable lungs, that we live in our community. Some of them can't hear, some of them can't see, but we are talking now. They are not even here. You are creating a problem for who now? For me. Aye. It can't work like that, Minister. So we need to correct it from there. When we plan what we are doing, we're saying we want equity, we use all these big names, but we don't involve them in this thing. Then we want a miracle to happen, then there will be adoption. Angathi noma che kancane kancane. Now I want us to repent. That is why I'm taking this thing small by small, Washoband. So that you understand that it will not be meaningful if I go to your municipal offices, there is no braille service. It will never be meaningful if we put the Wi-Fi, but we don't explain why they must use the Wi-Fi. It must be a fit for purpose. I do Wi-Fi for Tengundla, but I've decided to stop at some point because I then realized, no man, but why do I want these people to use the Wi-Fi for? So if as a community or as towns or if as cities, we don't have the programs, so this thing is a push and a pull. If we can provide the Wi-Fi, but we cannot digitize our services for the people to use the technology, what will happen is that we are going to have what we call social ills. Do you want me to unpack social ills? These kids, they are going to have internet and watch porn. And then you think, Satan. You created the problem because you solved the problem with a solution that you are not aware of. So that is where the issue of equity will have to start. We need to redefine it ourselves. What is it that we want to do? How best do we do it? I'm going to end on this one and say it is whose responsibility then? It is your responsibility. The people that are looking at me, it's their responsibility. Even the ones that are facing down, it's their responsibility. Because I'll make an example. Honorable Minister Utang Kolela, I see former US or DPM here. We used to fight with Hlopsile at some point. Utang Kolela Mlang, and she came with a problem. So the problem was that government wanted to disperse social grants using technology. So that when we go to ITU, when we go to UN, we say we have adopted using of technology. But you know who has adopted it? It's us, government, not the people on the street. You understand how we create this problem for someone else? Okay, now government decides to do that. They issue a tender, this company wins it. Then they start dispersing the money. Who are you sending the money to? Because you do not show those people to have the funds. Eh? Okay, so we have a problem now that we have migrated to the police. The police were busy with roadblocks and other things. Now you want them to chase the people that are stealing people's money. Because when you crafted this solution, this whatever you wanted to do called disbursement via mobile money, because 21st century and all those things, you didn't think that those old people don't have a phone. Even the ones that had it, they didn't know how to use mobile money. Eh? Whose problem is it now?
It's yours.
You understand? So that's why I said it has to have to start with you. Whatever program that you're doing, wherever you are, make sure that the equity discussion becomes infused in it. As you say, technology is an enabler. Let us enable it to the core, not just because we want to come and outshine each other with speeches. The problem is bigger because we create the problem for someone else. The someone else is busy with other things.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to meet him before this session, so he didn't show that he can be this aggressive. And almost everyone is feeling guilty to the rush of technology and all the like. But nonetheless, Mr. Mjali, from your understanding or perspective now, how can we build the digital literacy to the marginalized groups in the societies?
Okay, so that's an expensive exercise. So we need to start there. Mm-hmm. It's a very expensive exercise because we have now created this gap, the haves and have-nots. Mm. Because first of all, they don't understand what the thing is. Mm. That you are saying is technology. When you are here and we are applying now already talking AI, big data, Bona, they don't even know what you are talking about. Mm. I'll share with you a painful story. Hey, so yesterday we were part of a session at one of the rural residents, and I'm sitting there with some of the gentlemen. Here comes a young man. He's a neighbor of the Matapa Municipal Council. And the guy just walks in, and then we call him and say, "My friend, how are you?" "It's fine." "Have you been to school?" "No." "How old are you?" 13. "Okay." And then this gentleman kindly says, "Okay, here is my number. Please call me later. I will help you with an ID and what. And then he takes the paper. You see, when you write, I'll make an example, yeah. You see this logo is facing this way. When he receives the paper, instead of reading the number, he does this. So you can see already this guy cannot read. So you see how expensive this thing is. So it has to start there. We need to be deliberate and be conscious that we have this community that we need to take care of. The second part that you will not like me for maybe, because I've declared that I'm not eating today, It's okay. You're confining yourselves to towns and cities, and you're bounding yourselves. Yet, Tsine from Mangayan, we then walk into your town, uninvited and unapologetic, and we demand that you should service us.
Okay.
So we then need to look at it broader than just our boxes, and look at the communities just a little bit adjacent from Zuluini. So when you are here and you just cross this bridge, these two bridges that are here, you are now going to say, I am outside of Zuluini municipality, but these guys, they come and buy here. So they are improving which economy? The economy of Zuluini. So what Zuluini should do? When they are planning, they must say, yeah, 0.5 for those people that bring the wealth here. You understand? And then when we then talk about adoption of technology, let's go back to basics. First, teach the people what is a phone. What is a phone? Teach them what is a computer. We're currently running a program with the Zuluni Mpagati, somewhere within Zuluni, I hope, Zuluni municipality, Zuluni town. They city mayor. And one of the things with that we discussed with the community, with the Umpagats, was that they think people know what a computer is. Wait until those kids came into the center. And then you say to them, okay, that is a monitor and this is a mouse. You know when there's a chest quicks, because the person is thinking, and I'm sure you guys are laughing because you're thinking I'm joking. These people don't know what a mouse is. But Nine, you want them now to pay rates on the phone. They can't, because they cannot interact with this animal that you have not easily infused into them. The people basematendele that you want now to say, we minister also amend because we want to take them you want to take those people. Their lives were not at the level that you are. They are here. Come down, and then let's enjoy the journey together. Be frustrated that they don't understand the computer, so that the day that they understand, it will be easy for them to then embrace the camera. Because then they know, oh, this thing is for my safety. You understand? So until and unless they trust this thing, they interact with it, then they can embrace it, then they can use it. But it will have to start with these people that are either looking at me or looking down. Some of them are praying for me. So it's just a plea, because if you don't do that, government does not have money to solve that problem. We are still dealing with other things that we have been there for the past 5 years.
All right, thank you. That was mouthful, and I feel like calling an altar call.
We can do that. We can do offering as well.
All right, I think you have already mentioned one key recommendation, that is investing more in teaching the people, teaching the citizens. I'd love to do a quick check-in before I move into the next topic. If you've got maybe 2 more recommendations on effective implementation of digital transformation and ensuring equitable access.
Okay, thanks. Let me behave myself now. I think the first one is just an appreciation that this thing has to be meaningful,
Sure.
which means it must be usable, be of good quality. As you negotiate the vendors, I think my sister at the end said, go and talk to network operators and stuff. They must not give you 1 megabit per second. Don't take that thing, because it will frustrate the user. It must be usable. It must be safe, and it must be relevant. Let's not just bring just about anything because we want to come and report to the minister, to parliament, that we have done programs. There must be relevance in it so that it adds value to the citizens. I think the second one is an issue of, and I'm happy that she spoke about it, don't look at the business people and the businesses in your area as just business people, private sector, public sector, the words that we like using. Look at them as partners. Take your vision and your goal that you want to do, give it to them. It must be theirs. Remember that they are there to make money in your home turf. So surely somewhere, somehow, they should find at least a program or two that they can partner with the municipal to do. And that way you will then cut the cost of funding. And they might come back and say, yeah, we can do this and that. Be comfortable. I heard today there's the dump site for egos. So use that dump site when they come and say, yeah, we can do this thing differently. Ungathi, hayi councillor mine, thatha lela bakushoko ngoba batakusit. Oh no, now this is what came in. Take whatever they are proposing, rethink how it will help you achieve, and then do it. I think the last one, Chair, is that the issue of digital transformation should be embedded within our daily operation. It should not be a by the way. Remember that we are saying technology is an enabler. You cannot just borrow an enabler when you need it. It must always be there so that it helps you do things much better and much smarter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Mchali. Now we'll move to the issue of policy and governance. Now we cannot just move anyhow and be talking digitalization and be doing our own things without having a proper policy and legislative framework that will speak to such transformation. So I have Ms. Julia, who is going to share with us her experiences on the policy and governance.
Well, thank you so much. And I want to start by echoing what some of my colleagues already said earlier today. I'm so thrilled to be here. And the group, we are so excited, and it's been such an inspirational trip so far. So thank you so much for hosting us here and treating us like VIPs. So everywhere we go, so it's just absolutely phenomenal. And one personal observation from yesterday's tours and today's sessions so far, you don't have to fly across the world to realize that we're dealing with the same complex issues. So the issues could be different, but the complexity, and in my home city, significant issues like peeling an onion. So you put the first layer, there is another layer, and another layer, and that's what we do in this profession, in this field. So we all share the passion for serving our communities. And at the same time, I think no matter what country you represent, where you are, we're all dealing with the same stereotypes that government is slow, inefficient, and bureaucratic. So again, it comes, well, I'm sure you can, so again, it comes, well, I'm sure you can relate. So it doesn't really matter what country you're in. These are the stereotypes that people have, including my own members of the family. Like we have heated discussions sometimes. So I am so excited to be here today to learn from my colleagues to see how we can break those stereotypes. And again, the stereotypes are understandable, right? So we work in a very highly regulated environment. We have codes, we have local laws, we have federal laws or national laws. We have our own policies, we have our own strategic initiatives or our values. And again, I was really excited to see every city we visited yesterday. We saw really nice mission and vision statements and values for the communities. So I took pictures of all of them, so I'm going to bring it home. And so breaking stereotypes, that's what I wanted to talk about. And a little bit of like how we can do it through good governance and good policy. And another thing, I'm really thrilled. So actually, in my community, we just recently rolled out a project. We rolled out Rose AI. It's our interactive virtual assistant that serves the community in the shape of a whale. It can be a coastal city on San Francisco Bay Area. And we have whales migrating through the coast. So that explains why it is a whale. Exciting enough, so we became the first city in California that delivered this real-time multilingual information about services through all 3 platforms: CityBot or chat, text, and phone. And we were one of the few in the nation as well. So I actually have a short video. I'm hoping with some IT support we can play it. Just gives you a little information about the project.
Trying to find answers but can't get to the right person or place? Hi, I'm Rose, and I'm here to help. I'm Pacifica's virtual assistant, available 24/7 to connect you to the information you need without the hassle of traditional web searches. Find me on the website at the blue circle icon in the bottom right-hand corner, or the search button. I'll also pick up the phone when you call. Ask me where to buy a beach parking pass, when to attend an upcoming council meeting, or even how to start a small business in the city. I'll get you everything you need, including forms and documents. Need to get in touch with someone? I can share their contact information or transfer you if we're on the phone. I can understand what you're saying in real time, and I even communicate in over 20 languages. Web searches used to be limited to text and keywords, but I can use your search terms, chat messages, text messages, or phone calls to find the answer you're searching for. My hometown, Pacifica, is one of the first cities ever to use AI to connect residents to resources. I was created only for you to locate the most accurate information. Rest assured, I'll get you where you need to go. Let's dive in together and get started. Start a chat at cityofpacifica.org/askrose or call or text 650-613-4908.
Thank you. So I want to highlight that when it comes to digital transformation, it's not about technology, it's about building public trust. And some of my colleagues already highlighted this through their presentations as well. So it's all about public trust, equity, and long-term sustainability. That's what we need to be focusing on. It's not just about adopting the tools, it's also aligning innovation with community values and essentially doing what makes sense. So I actually wanted to also highlight the difference between the good policy and the guardrails. Those are different. You can develop a great AI or technology policy and adopt it in your organization. But when it comes to projects like this one, which is completely 100% public-facing, your public will do what they want to do. I mean, they're not going to abide by your policy necessarily. So that's where guardrails come handy. So for example, in Pacifica, when we rolled out Rose, our governance framework actually required systems to pull information and answers only from official websites and official whitelisted partner websites. So we built this sandbox. So it's not ChatGPT, we didn't open it to the entire world. And yet, even building these guardrails, I had like big pushback from my city attorney's office. Oh, it's emerging technology, we need to research, we need to develop, and it was like rounds and rounds, and I kept saying, well, just write the disclosures. I need good written disclosures that we can put on the website, but we need to do it. And again, just another point, we are listening to some of my colleagues earlier today, it's just the same issues. We are under-resourced city. We have staff members wearing multiple hats. We don't have enough staff. We don't have enough budget. So it's really important to bring the technology that can actually solve the problem. And one other thing I wanted to highlight about the policy. So it's really, really important that the policy outlast any political cycles or any technology trends. So we need to keep in mind that political leaders change, tools evolve, but the great policy around transparency, accountability, and equity, that's what builds the foundation. So we don't need to try to chase the new tools. We just need to build the system around it to serve public over time.
Thank you very much, Julia and Vivian, for elaborating your thoughts on the digital transformation project on the video. Maybe and in your submission, you have almost put everything together. I think you were flowing. So just one question. So I'll pardon you. I've asked them many questions, but just one last question. And if you were to recommend one key policy shift within the cities that leaders need to develop and prioritize to ensure inclusivity and sustainable urban digital transformation, what would that policy be?
Thank you. That's a very good question. So if I pick one thing, I would say make it about people, not about technology. So your policy should be people-centered and not technology-centered. Again, technology changes, leaders may change as well, but don't make your digital policy about the tools, right? So bring people in the process that you serve and connect people to the government services. So that's the most important part. And that should be the guiding principle through whatever you do in the system. So you need to, when you build relationships, like the city cannot do it alone, right? So we partner with private sector. So make sure that your policy is not run around the specific vendor or specific solution. So leave the space for unknown pieces that you don't know at the time, and make sure that you address them. And the risk is high. I mean, to be fair, the risk is really high. So one data breach or one cybersecurity issue or like data privacy situation. So one oops in this specific situation could actually set back all the progress you've made for years. So that's really important to understand as well. And maybe one last piece, so talking about people. So we have a saying in the United States, culture, it's a strategy for breakfast. So when you bring new technology, you need to work with people within your organization as well. You need this early buy-in. Otherwise, it's nearly guaranteed to fail. Your staff will see it as burden, as additional thing you're putting on the plate, and you can't afford it. You need this buy-in in the organization to be successful. And one little example for the roles I want to share on this topic. So when we rolled out the project, we went slow, right? So we called the pilot. So we did the pilot. So first, about maybe 3-4 months, we had the internal team testing the AI, making sure that the responses were correct. And again, I don't want to go too technical, but once you ask a question, or most common question that your residents are asking, so the AI may look at the outdated web page, and you don't know. Maybe at the last council meeting, the policy changed, so something changed and you didn't update the website. So some of these discrepancies, we wanted to make sure that we fix them as we go along. So, and that's a lot of work. We had 7 people who would test in it in different departments all the time for probably 4 or 5 months before we rolled it out. So we worked, well, again, it was my job, right, to buy in kind of on the leadership side, like how do you make it fun when it's extra work and extra layers? So we ran this contest when it came to like, what do we call our AI? Is it going to be, well, somebody suggested, well, let it be a sea creature, be a coastal city. Okay, so we started researching, like, well, the sea creatures, so which one is the smartest? So we thought about octopus for a while, well, then the whale came along, so then let's name our whale. So one of the employees who actually won the contest named her Rose AI as a little kind of subtle reference to one of the oldest residents in the city, who lived to 107 years and passed away not long ago. So nobody knows that, but it's actually Rose Rosenthal, the resident. So a little reference to the culture, to the history of the city, so that's really important. So,
okay, thank you. Thank you, Yulia. Now I've got about 6 questions from the floor, but I'll only take maybe 3 for the interest of time. I think that will be fine with all of us here. So I'll pick them randomly. So if I haven't picked your question, we will make an effort to make sure that it is answered through the same platform. There is one question which says, for the CEO in Baban, how do you engage residents who may not care about technology, especially in rural areas? Then just note it, you'll respond, and I'll distribute the questions as I. Okay, this one. Okay, this one will go to Mr. Mchali. He's saying, in trying to bridging the digital divide, can we not trust in the future generations to close the divide instead of pulling the ones trailing behind? I think Mr. Mchali will deal with that one. Then there is an issue of transparency. I think Sibo, because she spoke about the issue of taking people on board and all the like. I participate by not taking this one because it speaks about the boardrooms. Transparency is not a strong point in our governance systems. There is too much hidden information, including council in committee. How can we improve that? That's why I'll choose anyone from the floor to respond to it. It's not a small question, it's a big one, but I think the response can come from the floor. Let me pick just one last question. All right, this one says, AI virtual assistants always get to a point of limitation depending on their programming and learning. How to then, oh, I can't see it now. Well, the IT is now doing what Mr. Mchali said it keeps doing to us, but I'm back on track. AI virtual assistants always get to a point of limitation depending on their programming and learning. How to then enable human intervention at that point? I think this one, Mr. Mchali, you can assist. Sounds relevant to you. And then can I pick the very last one? Okay, I've got 3 already. Thank you. So Baban, Mr. Mchali is 2.
Thank you very much. I suppose the discussion around leaving no one behind and what intentional efforts we could do towards educating our citizens, it really requires us to constantly think around and out of the box when it relates to how we engage our communities. I can't remember who spoke about the differences in the cities themselves and the fabrics of the people that live within them. So to give a classic example in Baban, there's some wards and constituencies where they literally just do virtual meetings, and if you want to find them, do a virtual meeting, and they will participate and fully engage in how you want to engage with them. So the first thing, and I can't remember who mentioned that, it is critical to constantly collect data on your citizens. Who are they? What is the best way to access them? I remember when I started in local government in your city, in your town, I'm the one who's busy dubbing cities, in your town, in Stegi, one of the communities would meet in a place called Empombini. It was a tap in Stegi, and if you wanted them, you had to go and stand by the tap and wait as the women collect water, but talk. And that was the only time you would find them. So when you then talk about going with everybody, digital literacy and education, I think it really fits into the fabric of your community. You can't create newer structures to educate and engage on whatever tool it is. I don't think digital knowledge and sharing information on tools is a new thing. Is the only topic we need to educate on. If you sit around the room, all of us engage communities. It could be a new health program you are bringing. It could be a new waste management initiative. For me, the digital discussion is not new. We continue to engage our communities, and that is a skill that local authority has fine-tuned over the years. But what we've realized with where we are as a city right now is that we literally need to move and have a very serious move and look backward, actually. Because the introspection we've gone through, and I believe some of you locally would know that, we launched what we are calling masterclasses on local government. And we held the first one, and the reason for that was simple. Many a times you engage with citizens on rates. Even the most educated get confused. So I'm not even talking about digital issues now. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about basic governance issues. So if your fabric as a local authority is not around education anyway, you will fail on this one, because our communities are generally changing and learning new things. So for me, that we need to teach about digital and do digital literacy is one of the many things we need to teach about. But the foundation for me is how you, as a local authority, identify and communicate and engage meaningfully with your citizens, regardless of the topic that you're talking about. Because if you have not engaged them on other issues, what makes you think they would want to engage on digital literacy? It is on a bedrock of trust. So when you say, come and let's engage, they will come out, however, whatever the topic it is. But at this point, it's digital literacy. So in a very short way, find strategic ways to engage your community. For Mbaban, the masterclasses have proven to be one of the tools we're going to utilize, where you sit and you just break it down and say, it's not a public meeting, don't bring your concerns here, but let us just teach you. What is rating? How do we rate? What do we look at? So the minute you move and talk about digital literacy, you've created trust already. They will not be uncomfortable to say, I don't know a monitor, I don't know a computer. But different communities have different approaches. His Worship the Mayor is sitting next to Councillor Gama, who is Councillor of Bahai. So Councillor, my mayor was saying to me, for my masterclass in my area, I want you to call a community meeting. In the local context, you slaughter a cow and take its head and its hoofs and you cook it on a 3-legged pot. He said, do that in my community and come teach about rates when we're busy eating. So I think for me, my response to all of us is fine-tune your community engagement strategies. Don't be stuck in what you used to do and call meetings in halls. The communities are now wanting to engage in different ways, whatever the topic of that you are engaging on. So for digital literacy, Madam, we're using that same tool, but we're focusing on our youth, focusing on our children. And of course, I did mention that for us, the Wi-Fi hotspots and all those enablements we are talking about, we're going to be creating international programs around how do we teach our young people how to code, how do we teach our young people, how to use phones, and how to understand all these beautiful digital solutions that we are bringing. Thank you. I won't answer the council and committee one. I think it must be answered by a councillor.
I'd like to give a view on that one, though. I know it's not my place to talk to local government people about how that can be improved.
Strictly a minute.
Oh, just a minute. Yeah, it's going to be quick. I think for me, it's about the culture. Do you have a culture of transparency? And I think that's really my contribution, because it's a mindset shift. It's really, for me, one of those adaptive challenges. If the way that you operate is closed, then generally that's how you're perceived by the society. You're not transparent. So how do you change that culture? That's my contribution. Thank you.
Charlie, 1 minute again.
Thanks. I will try and split it in 30 seconds. I've got two questions. I see you didn't read the 2G one, so I won't respond to it. So quick one. We cannot leave anyone behind. So we cannot choose to leave those that are not technology enabled behind, because we're transforming as a country and we're transforming as a citizens. So we need to find ways of getting everyone on board, and we take our people and our kids and our journeys. Even our cows now, we are thinking of putting chips on them so that we can check them for these people that are stealing them. So it is not a choice that we must leave them. And if we were to do what the statement says, 5 years down the line, our kids are going to start fighting because they don't have this tolerance that we have. So rather, if we want to create a good society, let's make an effort to take everyone on board. The second question was talking about AI and humans. My response is very easy. AI doesn't operate in a vacuum. It operates with people. It's a same mindset, garbage in, garbage out. And it is there to help us do things better and quicker and easier. So let's embrace it for those that can do it. But remember that there is some ethics around it, and there are processes and rules around it. We spoke about data privacy. We spoke about cybersecurity. Let's just be mindful of it. Otherwise, it doesn't work on its own. It works with people. I think those are my two questions. I will talk 30 seconds on the 2G, 3G. They are transformers, or we're transforming as a country. And one of the things that we have adopted, because the world is changing, is that we must get rid of the legacy devices that are not helping us in the future that we want to go. So that is why we have said we are not going to stop the network now, but we are saying prepare yourselves that those phones that you put in suitcases, in boats, in tires, we are getting rid of them in a few years to come. But for now, their phones are there and the technology is there. But as we migrate, we are talking 5G now with the Mbabane city. So we can't have 5G and 2G. You see the difference is huge. So we need to bump you up a little bit quicker, so that when they then give you the services where you can report that garbage was not picked up or by a click of your phone and so many other things, you then don't say, yeah, but Mbabane didn't take care of me. But you're still using that phone that cannot tell Mbabane that your water is leaking. So it's a complementary service that we are doing. So we need to deal with the legacy issues, but we'll take it as a challenge, and we are hoping that you will embrace it. As yesterday you were paying your own debt, now the garbage collector collects it. So think about it in that way. So yesterday you had 2G, now we are on 5G. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mchali. I can tell that our panelists have a lot to offer to us. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, but we really appreciate the great insights that they have shared with us here. Each and every one of us here has a takeaway to see where do you start and rearrange yourself in terms of digital transformation in our various cities. Thank you very much, our beloved panelists. We really appreciate, and thank you to the audience for having us this afternoon.
Oh yeah, thank you. A bigger round of applause for our panel. Thank you once again to all of them, especially our moderator. Such rich conversations that you drove right now. And if I was still youth, I'd probably just go, because of how blown away I am, because of all of the things that I'm learning here today, new things. And I think, Mike, to your words in the morning, love and knowledge, you could have love. No matter how much you love, I love my country, for instance. I love the cities. But if you don't have knowledge, then you don't appreciate the great work that is happening around you. And the thing about knowledge is you can have some of it, but you can never have all of it. You know, and every time you get an opportunity to learn, it's important because then it opens up, you know, avenues for you to appreciate the incredible work being done here. For instance, SECOM, incredible work, and I know you came here to challenge us, you know, and tell us that you don't need our food. You'll go and buy your fed cakes over there, therefore you can say anything, you know. But we do appreciate the challenges that you gave to us. You know, the CEO here, thank you for answering him on that Baha'i question, eh? Yeah, because we're not afraid. We'll answer these questions. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of our panelists for the contributions that you've made. Thank you for the education you're giving us today. We're appreciating more and more the incredible work that you are all doing. And of course, as our moderator said here, we wanted to speak more, to learn more, but because of time, we cannot. And standing between you and lunch is yours truly. So I will get out of the way with just these few instructions. Lunch is served at the restaurant. For those of us that don't know where the restaurant is, we will exit this building. There'll be ushers outside, and we'll walk into the parking lot to our left, where they will show us where the reception is. And from the reception, please do show your coupon, and this is how they will identify where you have to go. It's quite a massive restaurant. This is a massive hotel, if you haven't noticed. So we don't want you to go to the wrong space and find yourself having lunch with different people and not superstars. So please do show the right coupon, this coupon, and they'll show you where to go. So what I would love to ask, though, is for the Elema Secretary General to lead the minister to the reception area. And as soon as they are out of the room, then we will follow suit and we will have lunch. I would also love to ask for us to come back here in exactly 45 minutes. So that is at 2 p.m. Somebody said, how? We had a longer break earlier because you have connections. And your connections came to me and said, somebody said I must give you 15 more minutes. I'm not listening to them this time around. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister, with the Secretary General is coming to lead you to lunch. I will see you shortly. Do enjoy lunch, and we'll meet again in 45 minutes. Thank you. the final session of this lovely seminar on sustainable urban development. Thank you so much for coming back on time. I know we've stretched our lunch quite a bit, but the reason is because we had quite the queues at the restaurant, eh? But I'm happy that we had enough time to enjoy our lunch and enjoy our food. We're going to be very quick and clinical this afternoon. We absolutely appreciate the fact that you're still here with us, and we're excited to continue this program. I did mention earlier that we have a couple of collaborating cities and towns that have made this possible, but we also have sponsors that have made this possible. Without these sponsors, and of course the cities wouldn't be sitting here today enjoying these conversations and of course enjoying the nice food that has been served here. First and foremost, we'd love to extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for the contributions. Many resources, including time, that you're here with us this afternoon. We absolutely appreciate that. We'd love to thank Super Signs. Super Signs also sponsored the event. They also are responsible for a lot of branding in the city of Manzini. Siyabonga baka Super Signs for their contribution as well. We'd love to thank Stefanuti Stocks. They are a construction company, and this our beautiful kingdom. They've also had a hand in having us here this afternoon. Siyabonga ubaka Stefanuti Stocks. Thank you to Eclipse Investments. They have provided some catering to some of our guests here. Without them, some of us would have gone hungry over the past 2 days. So thank you to Eclipse for being a partner and a sponsor here as well. See, Yabonga Kulu, at this point, here's the nice thing about being a program director, right? You direct the program. Anyhow and anyway. The bonus is that when everyone speaks here, no matter how important, they always start with you, program director, honorable minister. The only time you're important is during that moment. So at this point, we'll change our program a bit. I will welcome Babeshongo to come through and help us with the next item, which is handing over a couple of gifts. And then I'll come back and we will continue with our last panel. Ni Mugela Babeshongo once again as he comes up with a massive round of applause. Oh no, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, PhD. I think mine is really a short one to ask three important people to come forward to honor our panelists who have been providing us with very meaningful information for our seminar. I'm going to ask the past president of Elama to come forward. Yes, Babe, Gideon Mhlongo. You can cut off your WhatsApp, sir. I'll also ask our president and the vice president of ICMA Southern Hemisphere, Dr. LP Dlamini. Bathanga khuluma kahle Nkosi mangithi wena ligama lakho precious. Kanti mina bengibuta ukuthi are you precious? You know. And then we'll ask the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the former Vice President of Elama, the former Chairperson of the CEOs Forum, the former Angishiela. Thank you. I think I'll get assistance in terms of who we are presenting to and what it is that we are presenting. It's just a session. We were just honoring our panelists. Yes.
Thank you. So, we will start with our moderator for the morning session, who will receive his gift. First. Yes, well, including the moderator. Yeah, please accept it. So our moderator for this morning's session is the Eswatini Municipality Chief Executive Officer and Vice President of Elama, Mr. Matoroza Shongwe. Thank you so much for your great work this morning. And to follow Mr. Matoroza Shongwe while he takes photos is our first panelist, Ubab Qele, Mr. Sipho Qele, the Deputy Municipal Manager from the eThekwini Metropolitan City. A man of many talents. And Ms. Cindy Steinhauser, the Deputy City Administration, Strategic Transformation and Partnerships in the City of Rochester, Michigan in the United States of America. Ms. Cindy will be followed by our moderator for our second panel discussion, the Chief Executive Officer of Sitegi Town Council, Ms. Stembile Simelane. All the way from the place of marriage. Yeah. To receive the next gift is Ms. Julia Carter, the Assistant City Manager in the City of Pacifica in California in the United States of America. We also have a gift for Ms. Tiniwe Fagutse, the Chief Executive Officer of the Municipal Council of Mbabane, Eswatini. And she will be followed by Ms. Sibongile Mabuza, the Chief Executive Officer for Africa Changing Africa in the Republic of South Africa. In absentia, Mr. Mbongeni Mjali, the Director of Universal Access and Service. I will decide what I do with the gift. And in advance, in preparation for our next panel discussion, our next moderator is the Chief Executive Officer of Matsapa Town Council, Mr. Lucky Sugati. And we have a gift for him as well. We also have a gift for Ms. Sharon Mazia, the President of Eswatini Institute of People Management in Eswatini. We then have a gift for Ms. Siseko Sako, the ILGM Deputy Secretary, all the way from the Republic of South Africa. She'll be followed by Ms. Karen Pincos, the city manager of the city of El Cerrito in California. We then have a gift for Mr. Mike Land, the city manager from the city of Coppell in Texas in the United States of America. And finally, we have a gift for your favorite program director. He goes by the name Pilar Dlamini, but his friends call him PhD. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you so much to our esteemed guests, Honorable Minister, Mr. Land, CEOs. We appreciate it. To those of us that have already received our payment before we did our job, I will lead the way, and everybody else will continue with the event. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for their contribution. We thoroughly appreciate it. And we honor your presence here, and we honor the fact that you prepared and honored us with your presence and shared your rich insights with us. Siyabonga, Honorable Minister, as well, for giving out those prizes. So we will move on to our next panel discussion now. You will remember when we started in the morning, we spoke about resilience, which is very important in as far as city and municipal management. We then moved on to have discussions around digital transformation. Again, a very pertinent issue. But now we're going to speak about number 3. And I think it has showed up in many different instances throughout the morning and, of course, the early afternoon. And I want to introduce this in this way. So I'm a chemical engineer by training. I studied chemical engineering. I love it. And I worked in so many industries, including the manufacturing of your favorite beverage, beer. And I got myself an MBA and pivoted into people management, which is HR, where I currently sit. So many people have been asking me, which municipality do I work for? Well, I support all the municipalities. Yeah, I don't work for either of them yet. Now, the reason that I moved into people management is because I understand that you can build some of the most sophisticated technology and have some of the best policies and programs. But if you don't have the right people, all of that amounts to nothing. And that is why that our next panel discussion will speak about that, about getting the right people in the right spaces, about bringing in the right number of people, but also the great skills to allow you to achieve whatever it is that you want to achieve. I will allow our great moderator to come through again with another panel of seasoned experts in this area of talent and talent management.
Mr. Sugati is the Chief Executive Officer of Matsapa Town Council, a position he has held since 2017. In this role, he provides strategic leadership, oversees policy implementation, and drives stakeholder engagement to ensure effective municipal governance. He brings over 3 decades of experience across local government, telecommunications and education, with previous roles including Corporate Services Manager at Matsapa Town Council, Human Resources Executive at Swaziland Post and Telecoms Corporation, and Head of Department at the Swaziland College of Technology. Sharon Mazia has over 25 years of experience leading significant enterprise-wide change management and cultural initiatives. A C-suite human resources professional and the current president of the Institution of People Management, Eswatini, IPM. She has a Master of Sciences degree in Leadership and Change Management from Leeds Metropolitan University and a strong background in corporate communications, learning and development, and law. She kicked off her career as a continuity presenter at Eswatini Broadcasting and Information Services, EBIS, where she had a stint behind the mic. Sharon's core expertise lies in steering steady and meaningful cultural change, developing and leading high-performance structures and systems, implementing new benefits programs, and being a trusted advisor and business leader on the executive team. At just 35 years old, Mrs. Siseko Sako is a dynamic and accomplished professional in the field of civil engineering. She is currently pursuing her doctorate in engineering. She holds a master's in civil engineering from the Durban University of Technology, a BTech in civil construction management, and a national diploma in civil engineering from Nelson Mandela University. Mrs. Sako is a registered professional engineering technologist with the Engineering Council of South Africa and an active member of respected professional bodies including SAIC, IPET, ILGM, and IMESA. Karen Pinkos is the city manager of the city of El Cerrito, California, United States. As the city manager, Karen serves as the city's chief executive officer and is responsible for the management of all affairs and departments operating within the city. A native of Michigan, Karen has nearly 30 years of experience in professional management, beginning her public sector career in the city of Oak Park, Michigan, before coming to El Cerrito in 2001. She is passionate about local government and is dedicated to promoting professional, efficient, ethical management in California, across the country, and around the world. Karen served as the 2019 president of the International City or County Management Association, ICMA. She is the immediate past president of the League of California Cities City Managers Department and is a past president of the Cal ICMA Board, the state affiliate of ICMA. She Michael Land is the city manager of Coppell, Texas, a role he has held since 2017, following 5 years as a deputy city manager. With over 3 decades of public service experience, Mike is also the president-elect of the International City or County Management Association, ICMA. His career includes serving as town manager of Prosper, city manager, and community development director of Gainesville, Texas, and planning and zoning director in Tavares, Florida. He also worked in private sector land planning in Sarasota and Orlando, where he chaired Sarasota County's Affordable Housing Task Force. Mike is a credentialed manager through ICMA, a certified public manager, and holds a Bachelor of Environmental Design and Master of Science in Land Development from Texas A&M University.
The Honorable Minister, the Program Director had already asked to be recognized, so Program Director, I take this opportunity to
Ladies and gentlemen, protocol has already been established. My name is Lucky Sugati, has already been established. I think the program director was so good in introducing this topic because in his remarks, he has alluded to the significance of this session, which we can only say that the best was served last. So this is what it is. There's no doubt about that. When you have the president-elect and you have someone moderating for that, you can only tell the story. What are the credentials of the person who's moderating? Having said that, as we stand here, Honorable Minister, and your guest, we are at a pivotal moment whereby we have the speed of change outpacing our traditional playbooks. The future of public service in Eswatini and beyond depends on our willingness to learn continuously, to invest in people, and to re-image how we work together. Today, we'll explore 4 intertwined pillars: the skills we need to thrive in a data information citizen-centered era, how we attract, develop, and retain talent in resource-constrained communities, and how agile mindsets and practices can turn good intentions into tangible outcomes for citizens. If we commit to practical actions, we can transform challenges into opportunities and deliver services with greater impact, equity, and resilience. Let's dive into and turn ideas into actions as we here having a great panel just next to me. With those few remarks, I'd like to start the topic on the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That will be Ms. Karen addressing it. And say to that, we'll look into the practical steps the city's leaders can take to create a more inclusive and representative workforce that reflects the communities we serve. First and foremost, Karen, I'd like you to please share with us on why is diversity, equity, and inclusion essential for the city of Soweto.
Sure, thank you. And I would also like to say thank you, Honorable Minister, Program Director, even though you're a Man United fan, that's okay. I'm a Man City fan, so we get on. See, this is diversity. It is an honor to be here in Eswatini and on this esteemed panel. So let me tell you a little bit about the city of El Cerrito. Sort of sitting here, and I think as Yulia said earlier, we all have so much more in common, regardless of what country we come from. But I can tell you some of our story, and perhaps you'll be able to, some of it might resonate with you. So we're a small city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. And by small, I mean when you're talking about San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland, we're kind of very in between all of them. About 4 square miles, 26,000 people. But we are an incredibly diverse community. So when you talk about DEIB, the D part, that that's kind of part of who we are. So I can just share with you some stats. 45% white, 30% Asian, 11% Hispanic Latino, 7% Black, 5% other races, and of all of those, 12% consider themselves as 2 or more races, and 32% were born in another country. So we do have a very diverse population, and we strive to welcome and include all community members in as many ways as we can. We intend to be diverse, inclusive of our diverse cultures and backgrounds. Our staff team is quite diverse. I was the first woman city manager in El Cerrito history, which they incorporated in 1917, so it's a long time. And I started in 2019, so it only took them 102 years. It's all right. And it was important for me when I established a lot of my executive team is fully gender balanced, so half men and half women, because our population is essentially half men and half women, so we want to reflect that. Our leadership team of all of our managers is very diverse. It's almost about 50% people of color and women. And I've heard the word intentional a lot today, and I think that that is actually some of the things when you're talking about how you infuse inclusion into your organizations. You have to be intentional. You have to want it. You have to take care to achieve it. It's an important principle that our workforce reflects our community as best we can, because it enables us to serve our community better. What better to be able to serve the community that has had the lived experience of those who live there? And it is part of our foundation. So we have a citywide strategic plan that we actually updated and completed in 2023. And if you would go to elcerrito.gov/strategic plan, you can see it for yourself. But it absolutely is part of who we are. And in I'll take a moment to read to you our vision statement and our mission statement as soon as it comes up on the screen. Our vision statement is that the city of El Cerrito is a welcoming community committed to a high quality of life with thriving businesses, active public spaces, as well as diverse, there's that word again, cultural, educational, and recreational opportunities for everyone. Our mission statement is that the city of El Cerrito serves our diverse community by providing exceptional services that create a safe and resilient future for all. So those words, for all, for everyone, are intentional because we want to be that welcoming city. And I would argue that of the, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, the inclusion and belonging to me kind of adds to the rest of it. If your staff feels we are a small, kind of like, I love this country. It's beautiful. And I have a small town. And so small but mighty is my, kind of my mantra, because just because you're small doesn't mean you can't be mighty. And so we have a team that we've created that is a family, and I feel that here. I feel we've talked about love, we've talked about knowledge. There's so much love in this country, and there's love in the room, and there's love for people and who they serve. And so I strive for that type of culture. And if you feel that you belong, then you're going to be able to work with someone so much better. And in a small community and in a small town, people know each other. I go to the grocery store, people recognize me. You have to be able to feel as part of the community. So we strive for that, not just in our community and not just the services we provide, but internally, our staff culture. If they feel that they can belong, if they feel welcomed, if they see someone, I have to quote our former ICMA president, Pat Martell, who was the first woman of color to serve as our president. You can't be what you can't see. And so someone out there is going to see me as a woman city manager and think, hey, I can do that. And someone's going to see any one of us and think, hey, I can do that. If you're only seeing the same type of person over and over and over, you might not be able to imagine it. And as we're talking about reimagining, that's exactly what we need to be able to do internally. Sometimes we have to be brave, sometimes we have to be bold, and we have to try really hard to see what others see so that you're not, we all have our own biases, we all have our own focuses, how we were raised, the systems we grew up in. You have to kind of put all of that aside. You have to have a lot of self-awareness to be able to put that into your organization. And then I can just sort of wrap up by saying, again, it's DEI is not DEIB, or whatever you call it. It's not a program. It's not a task to check off a list. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is a value. It is deep. It's the foundation of everything we do and who we are. And so I don't see it as a program. I don't see it as a separate thing. It is infused in every single thing we do. And that is how we view equity and inclusion, but with a really big focus on inclusion, because I want you to come into my community, I want you to come into my organization and feel that you belong there. And that's the culture I try to perpetuate.
Thank you for that. That's quite good. And I could see that the DEIB is infused in you, the way you express yourself. But can you just give us a synopsis of how did you institutionalize it, and how were the stakeholders, how did they take the concept?
So I will say that in developing our strategic plan, we actually started the first original process. We'd never really had one before citywide in 2013, and we updated it in 2023. And it was indeed a community and staff-based system where, process where we had staff focus groups, we had community focus groups, we went to volunteers, boards, commissions. We did a citywide survey so that we could hear from all sorts of people all over the map and all sorts of different levels of the organization. I didn't want to just hear from my managers. I wanted to hear from the public works people who are maintaining the parks. I wanted to hear from the custodians who service our in maintenance in City Hall. We wanted to get the breadth and depth of everyone. And so as we developed those value statements, as we developed those mission statements, which were then approved by the City Council, we infused that into all of what we do as far as staff work. So we have policies and procedures that are very much focused on, we have a code of ethics, we have a code of conduct. We also have on the other side, anti-harassment and you will be held accountable if you engage in any sort of explicit or implicit bias or discrimination or anything of that nature. So we also, from time to time, have to enforce those rules, and I have zero tolerance for that. Ask any of my team, they'll tell you. But we also, we can talk about this a little bit further too, but even in who we hire and how we hire, and making sure that all aspects from when you come into the organization, that it's just immediate. Again, it is infused, it is part of our culture, and it is part of everything you read. Our mission statement is on our business cards, it's on our walls. I also saw lots of mission statements we were sharing yesterday. It was wonderful because, again, we have so much in common. And knowing that, so I also have a very diverse city council. I have diverse elected officials. It really starts at the top, and from top down, bottom up, although I don't like to use the word bottom, that seems demeaning, but just, I also don't like to say my staff. I say my coworkers or our coworkers, because I also don't want anyone to feel that, whatever job you have in El Cerrito, you are valued and that your voice matters. So that is embedded in all of our policies and procedures, in our hiring practices, and besides that, even doing some things like, having ice cream socials every now and again, and we have an employee dinner every year where we give out service awards, and recognizing the employees for what they do is extremely important. And that, again, promotes that sense of belonging, and then people feel better working for you, and then they're going to be better employees, and they're going to service the community better. And then when the community sees how your service is delivered by these people who are just like you or can be just like you, then that it just provides better service. And I will say that the community, we do surveys every now and again. I'm going to brag a little. We always ask for the percentage of quality of life in our community surveys, and we've achieved either an 89 or 90% quality of life rating. So I think they're happy. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. Thank you.
That was more than a mouthful. Let me just spare you at this moment in time. Siseko, how are you? Good.
I'm good, thank you.
Good to go. On talent retention and development. This is an era of fluid talent and rising competition from the private sector. The panel will discuss with us as to how do you then ensure that she has diversified and done all the good things to the workforce, and you also want to achieve the goal of effective workforce in the urban space. So would you, from your perspective, tell us why it is important to retain and develop talent? Why is it a critical issue for towns and cities in this era of rapid digital transformation and global competition?
Okay, thank you very much, Lucky. It's very unusual in my culture to call an adult by his name, so I'm adjusting to the city of Eswatini. We'd usually just say Mr. and it would be adequate, but appreciating the familiarity of the country and thus embracing the culture. Firstly, I would like to tell you guys a little bit about where I'm from. I'm from a small town called Bizana. Before I got to Eswatini, I thought it was small, but I've been hearing municipalities here with populations of 10,000. That's unheard of where I'm from. That would be a village. My municipality has about 350,000 residents, and we classify it as tiny in my country. And then we are from a very largely rural area, very small revenue base, about 300 million, largely grant funded. I have to give you the statistics so that when you speak of the context of talent retention and development, that you understand that the issue of skills scarcity within my area is really a challenge. It is hard to find suitably qualified staff to service such a small and remote area, and it is equally hard to actually retain such skills, especially in a competitive market. And lastly, it is also hard to address the issue of technological reforms within the area where I'm from. So it thus becomes very critical to address the issue of talent retention and development. I would like to first maybe let's look at what would we consider as talent, taking into context the challenges that I've outlined for municipalities. In the public service, we'd look at your strategic positions in that suitably qualified candidates, they would like to go to more affluent areas where they will find there is opportunities such as housing, education, and sufficient schooling opportunities for their kids. That's when we try to attract and retain talent. We have to complement these essential qualities of life, because in this era, people are looking for more of a work-life balance. They are no longer just challenged competitively by salaries and remuneration. They are looking at addressing them being content as people, meaning when you speak of talent retention and development, you need to now address psychosocial concerns where people need to feel safe in their employment. They need to see that there is a future within the organization for them. You need to be able to address personal development as well as professional development concerns. So that would be why talent retention and development would be critical to address the going concern of the public service. We would tend to think that government will be in existence forever, but as the quality of skills declines within public service, that it compromises the future of public service officials, because people will no longer have an interest to serve. And I think one of the previous speakers, they highlighted that we need to constantly remind ourselves, why do we do this job? So if we no longer have that reason, then it means we can no longer serve as public service officials. Thus, for me, when we argue the fact of retention and development, we need to first start at the heart of it all. The reason why we do it is for the people, and we need to provide our services to service that need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was very informative. But just before I let you off the hook for now, what strategies can cities adopt to position themselves as attracting employers for highly skilled professionals in the special fields of ICT, research and innovation, data analytics, environmentalists, and sustainable engineering professionals, so to speak?
Thank you very much. So I would say we need to look at issues of planning, development, training, retention, transitioning, deployment, and engagement. So I'll try to break these down for you. When we look at planning, we talk about equal opportunity, policies. We will address issues of compensation, reward, and recognition within the workplace. Then we look at the issues of job design as well as job grading, whereby we look at empowering as well as challenging our workforce. We can also look at addressing issues of communication within institutions, whereby communication must be more frequent and more regular. There must be interaction at all levels of governance, starting with the most senior officials, even to the lower level. I like the speaker that addressed the issue of knowing what everyone is doing within the institution. That's whereby we need to foster great and excellent and effective communication within the institution. And then when it comes to the matter of attracting talent, we have to address concerns such as flexibility of working hours, job grading. We can benchmark with certain institutions of similar size so that we can ensure that we have market-related salaries that can attract the right suit of quality of talent that we need. The aspect of organizational culture, it also contributes significantly. Like it or not, our employees are indeed influenced by the attitudes of not only senior management, but your first entry-level person, such as your receptionist, the way that they welcome people. I remember in some of the interviews that I've attended, whereby you find there's low tolerance just at reception level and you don't feel welcome. You can't picture yourself being part of that organization. As a result, even if you get appointed in such institutions, you can easily decline because you can see you will not fit into that culture. That's organizational culture. It is important. A purpose-driven environment is also important for attracting the correct talent. And then let's address the issue of development, that is personal and professional development. Annually, as municipalities and cities, we sign personal development plans, but how often do we really implement those? Are they a matter of compliance because we need to sign agreements with our personnel, or do we really have an effective implementation strategy? Because if we could address some of the training needs that are written in those personal development plans, you'd find you have a more effective and motivated workforce. And then we must address issues of future growth within the institution. No one wants to stay where they see they've already reached the ceiling. That's where you find there's internal competition within the departments, because one sees there's no way for them to grow. Thus, they try to get rid of their competitors within the system instead of us fostering collaboration. And then we can come to the issue of retainment or succession planning, whereby we can address the need for rewards and recognition programs. We can have customization of benefits, whereby our remuneration packages, they do not just speak to what is legislated, but we try to customize them within the legislative framework to meet individual needs of our employees. We can address concerns of job security and also facilitate programs and tools for human resource development. And then we have the aspect of transitioning. When new entrants come into the organization, they will be influenced or impacted by your long-serving employees. In my institution, we've got people who've been there for 15 years, and you ask them, why are you not applying to other institutions? Do you not have interest? And it's exactly those employees that you must target as institutions in the public service, because they'll influence morale, they'll influence the attitude of your new entrants, which is why you now need to address them during transitioning. You've also got employees that exit the system, because no matter how effective your talent retention and development strategies are, we cannot run away from the fact that employees will eventually depart from the institution, which means you now need to address issues such as exit interviews. We need to make sure that exit interviews are realistic and honest. We provide a platform where those employees can give engagement and feedback to their employer so that we can use that to better our strategies of retaining talent. And then lastly, to stay abreast of the industry norms and development within the society that we operate. And then the other key component is the issue of deployment and engagement. As employers of choice within the public service, we need to identify, suitably place talent and continuously engage so that we can improve our value offering within public service. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very, very much informative. Once again, I hope the city managers, CEOs, councillors present here are picking up a few points, if not all the points. Thank you very much for that. Let's just talk to agility. I wanted to say right, left, right again, but the agility comes immediately after this. So I'll confuse the system and say left again. Mike. Let's talk to agility, organizational agility. We know that in terms of the cross-functional, you've got to have cross-functional teams, you've got to work as a team, as a unity, and the agility should be there in any organization. Notwithstanding that, there are issues of technology challenges and there are service demands in the process. Can you just share with us what methods, approaches, or frameworks would you recommend for cities who wish to institutionalize agility in their organizations?
Sure, thank you. Real quick, because I know we're at the end of the day, we're going through some things. I want to start with, Cindy this morning mentioned the fact that if you haven't developed a personal mission statement, that you should do that. I've had one, mine is really straightforward. I don't know how she remembers everything that was in hers. Mine is 3 words, be the light. Because of that, that's what guides me in everything that I do. And so that's the approach I take from a leadership standpoint. The next thing, when we talk about agility, when we talk about having our core, is that I also tell the employees that they actually are a representation of me. So how I act every day, the words that I use, how I treat people, they hopefully will model that. That sets a very high standard for myself each day, and that allows me to then hold the expectations to the organization. So it's a very personal approach. Regarding the approach that we use for our employees, it then, because it starts with me, we say to our employees, it starts with you, right? You have a circle of influence that's pretty darn close, and you can control what's inside that circle. Everything else outside that circle, as long as you understand what's expected of you, then you can react to it. We go through, first of all, with every employee, we use, and I'll call these off later, but we use Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Every single employee goes through that. That is for personal development. So I can't do anything until I make sure that the individual has an understanding of their own responsibility to themselves and to each other. From there, then we go on and we provide effective development. And then we, as an organization, we are extremely purposeful. We model and use Jim Collins' Good to Great, Great by Choice. We use Patrick Lencioni, The Advantage, The Ideal Team Player. I'm just going to name these off. We start everything as well with Simon Sinek's, basically know your why, start with why, and then the infinite game. So you heard a reference a little bit earlier to understanding about what's important to you. I think Cindy referenced it, now my term has left me what it is, but in the infinite game, I think it's a perfect book for any municipality, any leader in a municipality, because we are in it for the long run. We are not in it for the short run. In all that development, we also include the city council and the mayor. And the reason we do that is because that is the equivalent of my team 1. That's who I'm responsible to, and the council manager form of government and the county manager form of government. And so through that, making sure that they're being taken care of allows me to take care of and us to take care of our team. Then our directors, that's their team 1 that I also sit on. So I'm saying all this to you because it gets to the point of agility. We make sure that we are aligned and we understand what the guardrails are for us. In Jim Collins' book, Good to Great, he references a hedgehog. Here's Hedgie. Hedgie, we have hedgehogs everywhere. I did not find this on safari on Sunday, okay? They don't have hedgehogs here that I know of. If they did, they would all be eaten, probably. But our hedgehog is basically, a hedgehog has one thing that it does really, really well, right? It can roll up into a ball to protect itself whenever something comes around that can attack it. For us, our hedgehog is building community through public service. Every employee can tell you that. I have anybody that wants to come visit into our organization can talk to any of our employees when it comes to our culture. Someone mentioned earlier culture eats strategy. Our culture is the most important thing that we can do. And Patrick Lencioni talks about a healthy organization versus a smart organization. Smart are the things that you do, the business side of the equation, finance, those types of things. That's basically your permission to play. Everybody in this room should be able to do those things. What separates you is a healthy organization. Do you have clarity on your purpose? Is there clear communication throughout? Is there an ability for people to not only make their own decisions, but make their decisions consistent with what he calls the 6 questions? Understanding its purpose, understanding why we do what we do, how we do what we do, understanding what is important right now. And right now is defined as the next 6 to 12 months. Beyond that, then who is responsible? Not only is it the leadership team, but it's the team that works with us. Again, I'm saying all this because when it gets to agility, every single employee we have, I am the chief reminding officer in the organization. And my job is to make sure the expectations are clear in the organization. And because of that, every single employee in our organization understands what we're doing, where we're going, and how we're going to get there, right? The council sets the what. The community sets the why. The organization sets the how, right? That's the lines that we have, that we go forward. So this idea of having agility, having our employees understand when they make a decision, again, I'm going to go back to Patrick Lencioni. He talks about having 3 anchors, and we have 3 anchors. Every employee makes a decision based on those parameters, on those guidelines. And as long as they're working within those guidelines, we're great. And if something doesn't work, and I love fail, by the way, if something doesn't work, that's okay because we know it was being done within those guidelines. So when it comes to the cross-functional side to your agility, another great book to read, General Stanley McChrystal's Team of Teams. In that book, he talks about the cross-reference between employees, that meaning you have subject matter experts, but you also have other employees that have interest, and they bring a different perspective. And so you may bring teams together in your organization that have some subject matter experts, well, I'll say that 3 times fast, and then have other employees that just have a general interest in a particular area, put them together. It doesn't mean the subject matter expert is actually the person leading that team because they have worked together so much, they understand what we're trying to accomplish, and because of that, they're able to exceed whatever the thought process was going to be to put into it. So the importance of agility all is rooted in understanding the values of the organization, making sure the decisions are being made that are aligned with those particular guidelines, and then to be able to respond because, as was said earlier about having the muscle, our team, when the time comes to perform, we have already passed the point of preparedness. So being prepared allows us to perform in that moment when we need to. So that helps a little bit explain about agility as it relates to our employees.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike. Just one more question, not last one, just one more. What framework can you recommend for city leaders to adopt to foster the cross-functional and collaborative teamwork within the city?
I'll just run through the way that we approach our entire organization, again, because of the way that it works. I have meetings with my leadership team every morning at 8:30. It's about a 5 to 10 minute meeting, and its sole purpose is to know what's going on that particular day or that particular week so that we're all prepared. those directors have that same meeting again with their direct reports, and then so on and so forth, all the way down to the front line. And that happens every day. So first of all, communication, right? Secondly, every Wednesday we meet in a director's meeting, and we start with a culture minute. We talk about something that may have happened in the community or something that happened in the organization that was successful. So we keep culture front of mind. Then we go through and we talk about some particular issues that may be going on in the organization that need to be addressed. And that's also when we prepare for the council meetings. We meet on a quarterly basis to talk about bigger issues. And by the way, on Wednesdays, when something comes up that wasn't necessarily on the agenda and it needs to be addressed, then we form ad hocs. Those folks go off and meet, and they have their presentation. They work through whatever the issue is, and they bring it back to the table, and we have that discussion. Then we have 2 offsites a year with our leadership team, and in those particular meetings, we take on the big subjects like AI, budget. By the way, we call our HR employee engagement. So we have, because that's what we believe we're doing. As far as the rest of the team, all the way through the organization, we have leadership summits. So in those leadership summits, we have book studies, we have implementation, and we talk about culture as well. So again, I'm going to say it is very purposeful. It's very intentional. The systems that we use, we're modeling after Collins, we're modeling after Lencioni, we're modeling after Sinek. So we take those and actually put them to work. We just don't study them and set them on the side. We put them to work. So that's what allows us to be successful in our organization.
Thank you for sharing such a framework, such a model. I think it's very easy to predict, Sharon, but I'm on you now. We're looking, as they are talking, there's the issue of skills. They are talking about the personnel, which personnel has to have skills, and would like you to assist us in saying what future skills are necessary for future cities, for the cities which are run by city managers as they deploy them into the various professions. And in trying to unpack that, we'd first like to know, how would you define urban economic and workforce resilient, and why should it be prioritized for cities in today's environment of economic shocks and digital transformation?
All right. Thank you very much, Msime, and good afternoon to everybody. I think you've asked a whole lot of things. I'm trying to think back in terms of what you've asked. Let me start with the definition. The definition is really combining or multiple skills that we are gathered here about, which include all the technical issues that have been that everybody has been speaking about, digital literacy, etc. So we're essentially talking about building individual and institutional capacity in the cities. Your second question was around future skills. Okay. So in terms of future skills, it's important to be aligned as a country. I'm going to talk in our local context and not generalize, so that we're specific in our response in terms of addressing the future skills in the Kingdom of Eswatini. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to have a look at the National Skills Report, Bridging the Skills Gap report that has been recently been done by SAPAC in partnership with ISHAC. It's the latest research that's been done in the country, and it is giving us very alarming figures in terms of the skills gap in the country, which is currently, if we talk unemployment, is sitting at about 35%. And in terms of those that are coming from institutions, we only have a 45% absorption rate, which is really, really low. So what are we trying to solve as a country. If we're talking futuristically, what is currently happening on the ground is that our institutions are currently not in alignment with what industry needs or what the cities need. There's a huge disconnect, and it's very clear in that report. It's the most recent report, 2025, I think. And it is telling us the different sectors that we should be focusing on so that we are clear and aligned to what we need as cities, what we need as a country. So they are all in that report. If you haven't had time to have a look at it, please have a look at it. But the essential thing is actually ensuring that we go digital. Obviously, everything that we are talking about now, everybody should be digital in terms of capability in the different workspaces that we are in. So if that is the case, what does that mean to the curricula that is currently being rolled out in the different institutions? If we're talking about digital literacy, for instance, it becomes imperative that all of us in the room, whether you are a parent or you are employed or you are in the community, you need to concern yourself about the route. What are we feeding? What are we rolling out from the different institutions in the country to address what you are asking me, the future of work? If we don't take it a step back and focus on those who are getting those students ready for employment in the workplace, then we're going to be left behind, and we're not going to be in alignment. So in terms of future of work, we have identified that everybody should be digital literacy, and it should be infused in the curricula in the different institutions. So what is currently happening, Eswatini, is that, I'll make an example, is that we are offering computer literacy. What is the qualification? BSc in computer science, as an example. The BSc in computer science, which we do have in the institutions, is not addressing what we actually need in the industry. Some of it to a certain extent, but there has been no revision over the past few years. So what industry then does, they give us a call, Sharon, please, we're looking for somebody, whether you're working in a bank, please fill in this vacancy. We are not looking for a BSc graduate. We would like somebody who's done engineering, somebody who has done a bit of science, somebody who's done a bit of accounting, somebody who's done a bit of administration, a combination which does not exist in the institutions. And so your next question would then be, what do we do about it? Are you even aware of it? And where do we even start sorting out that problem before we start talking about the future of work in the workplace? The solution is very simple. We are advocating that whilst aside from those who are putting together the curriculum in preparation for the future, over and above that, the students that are being enrolled in the institutions, we are advocating that cities such as yourselves ensure that you absorb these students at entry level, at first year for internship, and also as graduate trainees. before they graduate to go out into the market. That way, we will be allowing for the students that we want to work in the different industries in the country and also in the cities where we're at to be aligned. They need to hit the ground running. And so if we don't do that, it becomes a problem. The employers do not have the patience to be teaching students once they have graduated.
Thank you. Once you see, yeah, a round of applause for her. Once you see the program director coming towards you when you're moderating, you should know that trouble is on the way. But I'll just ask one last question because I thought I had the whole evening, but funny enough, my evening has been cut short because I enjoy this panel. I was hoping to come back with a round of clarifications again. But just one more last one. Over and above the technical skills we're talking about, what role would soft skills such as leadership, collaborations, and emotional intelligence play in the future cities?
And they play a huge role. We do encourage, as human resources practitioners, that leadership be people-centric. Emotional intelligence is big. We need to understand as leaders and people working with people, we're not working with machines in the workplace, that we need to be zoning in into all your own soft skills. How can you better the environment where people feel free to express themselves? And we are going as far as ensuring that the contracts, when you contract with me, customize it to Sharon Mazia. And don't give a general contract that you have on the system that's been there for the past 20 years, that is not aligned to my needs, and is not speaking to me as somebody who you value in the organization. So we are advocating that you customize and focus and get to know the different needs of the different people. Speaking to the diversity issue that you spoke about, are we actually living and practicing what we are talking about? You may have this diversity policy in the workplace, but practically, have you streamlined it to speak to me as a person? That is how you get a people-centric organization going, and when you're speaking to my specific needs, and you're not applying a blanket approach to every single employee in the organization. For instance, I guess most of our contracts of employment specifically state that we should be in from 8 and leave at 5 o'clock. Is that suitable for me and my circumstance? Have you even taken time to understand whether that would be useful for me or not, or perhaps a hybrid contract would work for me? So we need to move away from the traditional approach to a more people-centric kind of approach when we apply these kind of things on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just take the first set of questions from the floor. I think the first one is more on diversity. To me, it looks like that. You will agree with me on that one. How can we transform our municipalities to enable them to make space for the global entrepreneur, contractor kind of employment that is slowly becoming the norm? I know that all of you are capable, but let me just leave it to diversity.
That's interesting. So the American civil service system is not, let me take a step back. We do have, generally speaking, all of our employees are within the civil service system. So we don't have a lot of contract employees. So that is a little bit different for us. I totally agree when it comes to, though, when we do contracts, I have a contract, that we do see people where they are, that we are able to have the human in mind. I think that what's interesting about that, though, is that there is a movement, I think, particularly in the States, that we are getting away from the civil service system and going more to contractual because it's cheaper. To be very candid, you don't have to pay benefits to someone or give them health insurance. Health insurance is based in employment in America. So, and is that the right thing for our cities? That's not traditionally been the case. A lot of people, as my colleagues have said, and you're talking about the person, they want security, they want to feel safe, they want to feel like they belong. And a lot of times that's why people turn to the public sector, because they do receive those benefits. They receive a pension. They're not just, okay, well, your contract's up, thank you, bye. The civil service system does offer protections to employees, and in California, we're a very unionized state, so I have employee unions that we bargain with, and we negotiate contracts with them. So, and maybe that's more of a good example is when I negotiate a contract with a union, that we are meeting both sides, that it's not just me telling them, here's what the employment is, here's what you need to do. I need to hear from them. It's an actual negotiation, a back and forth. But I think that kind of the bigger concept is, I wrote this quote down when it comes to employment, especially in the United States. A woman named Grace Hopper, who is a former, she's passed away now, but she was in the Navy, admiral in the Navy, and she said, the worst words in the English language are, we've always done it this way. And so if we can be a little bit more creative and bold and brave in addressing however we do employment, whether it's contractual, whether it is a civil service, that we are seeing people where they are, we're seeing people for who they are and what they need, then they're going to be better employees anyway. So I think I would just say that, kind of in general, making sure that we're really centering the people in our organizations, regardless of their status, is just the critical component.
Thank you for that. I think I'll just highlight this one, and if you do not have the question now, the answer now, you'll follow up later. There's the issue of Gen Z and Gen X managers and that diversity. How can Gen X managers better accommodate the Gen Z workforce, which easily gets bored when their creativity is suppressed? Can you go straight on that one? Or?
Gen X in the house. So I have to confess that I have always hated the generational discussion. We're all grown-ups here, right? We're all adults. But there's no doubt that, when you come up in different eras and you learn different things, as us Gen Xers in the room know, we are the middle child of the generations. We've learned from the baby boomers, and we know the millennials, and the Gen Zs are like our kids. I don't have kids, but I have a niece and nephew who are Gen Z, and keeping up with them is a challenge. I think it does go back once again to seeing people where they're at, and not doing it the way we've always done it. Listen, again, these are adults that are in our organization, so I think Cindy had said it before too, we can learn as much from them as they can learn from us. So I've worked in El Cerrito for 24 years, and I have people coming in that are, in their 20s, and they don't know anything about anything that happened before. We built a new city hall in 2008, and I still call it the new city hall. And everyone's like, it's been around for almost 20 years. What's wrong with you? But so, I mean, that I'm now the old woman in the room, and all these people coming in who have no idea what I'm talking about. So for me personally, I just take it upon myself to, first of all, kind of, level the playing field. We're all the same here. Just because I'm an old woman doesn't mean that I can't, I know how to use TikTok. I know how to use Snapchat. I think that also with my niece and nephew, and so for those of you who have kids that are of that age, listen to them, watch them, see what they like, see what they know, and use that. Again, I have to have the self-awareness that I don't know everything and that the world is changing, and just because I did it this way or just because I learned this way doesn't mean that everyone learns this way. So making sure you're seeing people where they are, and for us Gen Xers who are, again, the bitter middle children, taking what we learned from our elders and incorporating that, but being open to all of the newness and the new ideas that are out there, so that we all come together and make sure they're in the room too. Our leadership teams, we all tend to have the people that are like us and look like us and are maybe about the same age. Bring them in the room, have meetings with all sorts of different types of staff, and just listen, being able to listen, absorb, and then having the self-awareness to say, okay, you know what, I can do this a different way. Let's try it. If it doesn't work, as long as nobody dies, I think we can move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Shez. I've got a few for you. Someone has stolen Mr. Land from here, but I hope he will find his way back. Shez, I am reading it as it is. You know who I'm talking to. What do you mean by customized contracts? Do you mean having different terms of employment for the same job when that creates problems? There's yet another one for you, but let's...
Yes, I mean exactly that. Where I am currently working, my contract is very different from everybody else because I have different circumstances than you. My kids are all grown. We totally have different needs, and with the way we can give value to the organization is not the same. My colleague has got a very young baby. She cannot be available 24/7 like me. My kids are grown. You can call me anytime. So it's customized to me so that I give you the value that you need, and we are all happy here. So we need to slowly start moving up. We're all happy. My employer is happy. I'm also happy because the contract that we have entered into is of mutual benefit. Mine does not say, please come in we work 8 to 5. You've got to be here 8 to 5. Mine says work 40 hours. That's it. And I deliver on what has been asked of me. So yes, it's been customized to me. This it's easier said than done. It will be quite interesting how, considering the different generations that's been asked, this is received. Because it depends who's in leadership to understand what I'm saying. And that's the truth of it.
The hard truth. Yeah, the parting note, it's giving the impression that the truth is just hard to swallow. Can I now come to my left and just address this one? How do you think small municipalities can effectively ensure equal opportunities, growth, and true retention of talent when welcoming diversity is a challenge?
Thank you very much for that question. Small municipalities, they can offer non-financial incentives. The purity of life that is obtained in small municipalities, it's attractive to many people who shy away from the bustle of city life. As a result, we can try to incorporate those non-financial incentives to our contractual agreements with workers. We can also look at maybe having reward systems instead of just looking at the value of life only. Reward systems whereby employees can have recognition programs. I know with the small budgets that we have and also budget tightening, it might not be easy to actually have events such as annual recognition ceremonies, but I've seen innovative ideas here in Eswatini, such as the use of traditional beading or handwork. So you could have things like that. A lot of people have various skills that they don't explore. Like, for instance, when I was little, I learned to crochet. You can have something like that to try within the teams to generate a sense of teamwork and have a small project that you can have within those teams. I find that within small municipalities, we tend to become more of a family. So if you look at improving relationships within the workforce, we can have better offsets within our workforce rather than maybe looking at capital-intensive strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I leave you, there's this one which is complimenting you to say that you are representing the youth professionals well. Yeah, that's a compliment. Thank you for the round of applause. But after that, there's then a question to you, to say, why are you doing a good job?
I still need to end my keep.
Definitely. In government-owned entities where salary structures are fixed, what creative approaches can we use to retain top talent?
Okay. Thank you so much. I think my presence here is actually one strategy that my municipality is employing. Just being on this global exchange program is truly eye-opening. So if government entities can leverage on the partnerships and the agreements that they have and open their network of stakeholders, I think that opens quite a critical opportunity to young professionals and anyone within the workforce who would like to learn more and grow within the government space. We could also look at maybe speaking to institutions of higher learning to try and develop our workforce in terms of, one speaker spoke about the lack of local government practitioners courses, so to speak. So we could look at maybe capacitating institutions by borrowing them our personnel. We wouldn't have to pay for it as local government. For instance, I serve on a couple of municipal planning tribunals. I get stipends in some of those institutions, meaning that my municipality doesn't have to pay me a better salary. They can outsource me to another municipality. That improves my satisfaction as their employee, and I actually get to learn best practices in those municipalities that I can bring back to my institution to try and improve my value offering within the institution. So key things, it would be leveraging on the strategic partnerships that we have, exploring these partnerships and see how they can expand our employee knowledge to improve our overall value offering as institutions of public service.
Thank you. We do have an array of questions, but once you see this sign, following that sign will be. So I don't want to find myself in that situation because once that sign comes, otherwise, may I take this opportunity to first and foremost thank the panel which I was with. They did cover the topics which were at hand well eloquently, and also the audience for listening and having inputs. That means you are really listening and you have had your inputs. And also, I believe that this is a learning curve for all of us, which I believe each one of you would like to just say a parting note before I call it to the end. I'll start on my left. Just a parting note, 2 seconds.
Thank you so much. My parting note is not more for the audience, but for back home. I know my city manager is actually on the other side watching. I saw the text. I'm so grateful for having had this opportunity to come to Eswatini. I'm grateful to have met the individuals that have impacted me positively on this experience. And we are really looking forward as South Africa to learn more from Ilama, to learn more from ICMA. As a budding professional in the space, I'm really, really, truly honored and privileged to have been part of this experience. I look forward to engaging more with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Sharon.
Thank you very much. I think on my side, the parting note would be to encourage everybody in the room and those who are actually not here with us, please, continuous improvement so that we remain relevant to the needs of our cities and our communities where we live. And then to also encourage municipalities to partner with local universities, institutions, private sector, to be able to meet your own needs. When you work together, so much comes out of that collaboration. Thank you.
Over to you, Karen.
Thank you. And yes, I'd like to echo all of the thanks to be here in this room and on this panel and with this esteemed group of people. I would just leave with, every single person that works for a municipality can be a leader. Every single one of us is a leader, I would argue, because anyone who faces the public, anyone who serves the public has that opportunity to represent all of us as a profession, not even just our city or our state or our country, but all of us as professional managers. And I agree with the minister when he said that working in the public sector and working, certainly for me as a city manager, absolutely has been my calling. I cannot imagine doing any other profession. We make people's lives better. That is really, at the end of the day, our mission, the thread that connects all of us. We're here to make people's lives better. And there's nothing more important than that. So I say to all of you, thank all of you for all that you do and all the service that you provide to your communities. I am in awe of you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Now it's my turn. I've got to take longer. First and foremost, I was so pleased to hear someone who is technical saying, that was Mr. Mjali, who was saying that you can have your AI, everything, but people matter. Because whatever the AI does, it's programmed by us sitting here, the skills, the talent, and everything was spoken about matters more. I'd like to thank the leadership which saw it fit for me to be a moderator for such a highly charged panel. And indeed, this will add to my CV. Now, I'll just ask for your CVs and I'll attach it as an annex. And it will be now not a CV, it will be a compendium. And then where I'll have part 1 will be my personal information, part 2, educational, part 3. So whenever you interview me, get ready for this. Whenever you interview me, I'll say, your questions, I'll refer you to part 1, subsection 2, which answers your question. So I won't be answering now to say, I've gone past the marketing, say market yourself, and I'll start saying all sort of things. I work under pressure. No, I'll just refer you to go to part 3, subsection 2, where you'll find the answer to what you're saying. With those few remarks, may I thank you all for listening to us, and thank you, audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Msima. Thank you very much. Oh, the shade from Mr. Sugati, right? He's having so much fun and he's closing the panel and is blaming me for it. You know, in golf, we say, get a caddy, so you can blame someone for all your bad shots. So thank you very much to our panel. Karen, Sharon, Siseko, thank you so much for those insights. And Babesugati for your incomparable moderation. We truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time. And I think the minister did allude to this earlier on, that we shouldn't just speak, but we must do as well. So the question now that I think we all have in our minds is, so what do we do now, right? We've spoken, but what is the way forward? And to answer that very pertinent question for us is the head of strategy from the Manzini Municipal Council, Mr. Sizwe Dlamini. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes up to give us key takeaways and our way forward. Yep.
Yep. No. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pilar. PhD without the DR. Honorable Minister in absentia, may I, PS, through you, request just to say all protocol observed, just to manage time. We will try, I think I will try to time myself. Please time me. Yes. Dear stakeholders, I think I won't take much. I will try most of the things I won't talk to. What we will do, we will rely on the report. But please, so that my principals knows that I worked, because I was working over there. So if I don't say anything, I might lose my job. So I'll just mention the 2 slides of the way forward. We won't discuss what happened here, but we will share the report with the team that I'm working with. Can you please just run down the slide for me? Just to touch at the end, just move forward to the end. PS, may I just start by highlighting that there's an African proverb that I like, which says, until the lion learns how to ride, the stories will always glorify the hunter. So as local government practitioners, we work so hard day and night, but we don't talk much enough about what we do, the great work that we do. So I just want to appreciate all of you from what I've heard that has been presented here. What is missing and what we need, hopefully the media will assist us. We need to talk more about the good things that we do as local government or as towns and cities. I think we're doing a lot. Can you give ourselves a round of applause? Thank you so much about that. My task is, it's a mundane task. You know, I have to try and justify why this seminar, the return on investment for the CEOs. I think the report will justify that. But on the takeaway, I think we will talk about the report, which will be shared with all the stakeholders. We will try to work on it and consult on it with the different stakeholders, particularly the institutions, which will be able to disseminate to its members. So it will have all the proceedings of the seminar. The second part is a knowledge sharing. I think there is a great need of replication of what has been learned here. As we are here, we've left our colleagues in the offices, which needs this information that was being shared here. So we ask, we request that we take this information, we take it back to institutionalize it in our organization. A lot of insightful information and best practices was shared today here. The other part is to increase the learning exchange, learning platforms like these ones. So this should continue. It shouldn't be just for now because the ICMA delegation is here. So the local municipalities and also the neighboring local municipalities, there is a need that we continue with these platforms. And also we move to even into webinars to try and share this information and the best practices. So please proceed. The regional networks. I think there's a great need that we establish the regional networks, especially the SADC region. We know there's IGM, we know there's SARCA, we know there's ELGA, there's ELAMA, but we're only meeting here today because we have our visitors. So thanks to ICMA. But from now onwards, we believe that we'll be signing MOUs as neighboring local authorities institutions so that we can continue with these conversations. Then we have the international cities networks. So we want to believe, because by the end of this visit by ICMA and the South African colleagues, we will have agreed in principle sister-city relations. Can we promise ourselves that? How many of us have exchanged numbers? City managers, CEOs? Yes, 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 I'm counting. I'm counting. Only one this side. So I think we request, please, let's exchange numbers. You still got time. How many minutes, Pilar? We've still got time. Please, let's exchange numbers. We want next year to check how many cities have we established, the sister city relations, because they are very, very important for developing local government and cities. Then we have the municipal curriculum. We have a challenge as local government. We don't have a university that develops just local government people. You have to recruit them, bring them at the local government space, and retrain them. Maybe in the US it's better. I know there are institutions that are focusing on local government. But for us this side, you recruit a general practitioner in his area of expertise, you bring him in to the local government space, but some of them can take 3 years trying to adjust in the local government space. It's a very complex space. So we need this. I think Mr. Kele highlighted this in the morning because they have an internal institute of the Mile Institute, which is a local government academy sort of trying to train the practitioners. So we really need that even here in Eswatini. So PS, we are hoping we will be getting the support from the ministry to have this local government academy to assist employee development. I don't know if I have another a point. Please proceed, Lungelo. That's it. Yes, thank you so much. I haven't finished my time, Peter. So I have to start preaching. Thank you so much, dear stakeholders. We're looking forward to be meeting you in the continuation of the program until Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ngosi. Thank you. A big round of applause from Langene. I know it's been a long day, but I didn't know we were here until Sunday, man. Thank you for that lovely piece of information, Ngosi. I'll find a way to come through. This place is raining gifts. I'd love to come back. We've come to the end of the day. I know it's been a long day, but did somebody say no? Oh, I thought somebody said no. We haven't come to the end of the day. But we have, and it's been a long day. A lot of conversations, but njengoba sekashito Mlangeni, as Mr. Dlamini has told us, there is a way forward. But I'm just the MC here, not fit enough to give you the vote of thanks. The vote of thanks will come from the host municipality, from the Eswatini municipality. But in absentia, the CEO has asked the CEO of the place of marriage to come and deliver his vote of thanks here this afternoon. Then I'll come back and possibly say my goodbye. Please welcome once again Ms. Stimulus Milano with a lovely round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. My first client that I'm going to officiate his marriage in Stegi. As he has said that I will be standing in for Eswatini Town Council CEO in his capacity as Ilama Vice President. So I'll make his closing remarks. Good afternoon. On behalf of Ilama, I stand before you with deep gratitude as we conclude this enriching Global Exchange Seminar themed Reimagining Cities, Integrating Technology, People and Urban Resilience for Future Cities. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks goes to our international delegates from ICMA,
ILGM in Salga. Oh, it's gone. May I have that laptop, please? My battery has just died. I don't know whether it's the groom. He's scared of the assignment that I'm about to do to him. Thank you. Just pardon me for that. Thank you. I'll start back from the beginning. On behalf of Ilama, I stand before you with deep gratitude as we conclude this enriching global exchange seminar themed Reimagining Cities, Integrating Technology, People, Urban Resilience for Future Cities. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks goes to the international delegates from ICMA, ILGM and Salga who have traveled from near and far to be part of this program. Your presence has truly made this global family, and your contribution through sharing knowledge, culture, and experiences have been invaluable. We extend our sincere appreciation to our program directors, panelists, and moderators, including myself, whose dedication and collaboration ensured that this exchange was both meaningful and impactful. A special thanks goes to the various organizing committees whose tireless efforts behind the scenes have made everything run seamlessly. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Lama, Municipal Council of Manzini, the CEOs Forum, and all of the urban government authorities, reps, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Home Affairs. Special mention also to the companies that have willingly shared their resources to assist in co-funding this global exchange program. To our participants, thank you for your active engagement, curiosity, and willingness to learn from each other. You are the heart of this program, and it is inspiring to see friendships and networks formed that will go beyond borders. As we close this seminar, let us remember that this program is not an end, but the beginning of new partnerships, new perspectives, and a renewed commitment to building bridges across cultures. Thank you all, and safe travels as you return to your respective countries. May the global exchange continue to guide us in our shared journey. Thank you.
Let me just grab this for you here. Before I don't get married here. Let me. I think Mwanangosi just wanted to speak to one last item.
Is it on? Okay, thank you. Honorable peers, we just wanted to extend our appreciation to the organizing team. They didn't sleep, peers. We just want to ask you and your visitors just to give them a round of applause. Can they please stand? Organizing team, can you please stand? Can you please stand if you are around? Are you on? Thank you so much. I know some are not in, but thank you very much. We really appreciate PS. Abagalali, I know Njabangtanzi. So thank you very much.
Thank you. To the people behind the scenes, They do all of the hard work, and then some small boy from the whole region comes in and takes all the credit. Thank you for that. You make my job so easy. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program today. I can only hope that you have had at least half as good a time as I have had on this stage, because I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I was just asked to show you where the bathrooms are, and I think I did a great job at that. Nobody got lost. Nobody was lost or found, just the phone, which means the owner knew where the bathroom was, but they didn't get lost. I've learned so much today, and I hope that, as everybody has said, we're going to go back and implement everything that we have learned. I hope that we'll bump into each other once again as we build this nation together. My name has been Pila Dlamini. My friends call me PhD. Next time you'll see me, I'll be in Stay getting married or on another stage in this, our beautiful kingdom. Thank you. Travel safely until we meet again. Sabonga.